What? Twitch mobile app? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm here. I'm here. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Oh, man, my legs are so sore. Oh, I got my food. Got my drinks. Let's do our normal, or let's start to create a routine. You aren't the real Sigma. I can prove it. I have what do you call it? Let me figure out how to do this. Boom. 3 fingers. 3 fingers on my nose. Yeah. Yeah. We got it. Duolingo. Where's my Duolingo? Let's do our Duolingo. How are you doing, Millsy? 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 Wrong one. Alright. Man, I'm not even past the first start stage yet. Damn. It's just me, or is every site starting to look vibe coded? I mean, Duolingo, it's meant to look vibe coded. Hello? What? The Great Charles? What? What's going on? Alright, let's review the exercise you missed. Wait, how come I can't hear anything? Huh? What? I can't hear the Korean. Copy.
Copy.
Hello, operator. How are you? Audio drivers. Okay. Copy. 감사합니다.
Surprise, motherfucker. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. All right. Bang, 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 bang.
빵.
Bang. Bang. All right.
빙수랑 케이크 주세요. 빙수랑.
빙수랑 and cake
주세요.
주세요. 빙수랑 빙수랑 빙수랑
케이크. 빙수랑.
빙수랑 빙수랑
빙수랑. 빙수랑.
빙수랑 랑
빙수랑.
빙수랑
케이크.
케이크
케이크. 주세요.
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 This is Ju. This is Chu.
주세요.
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 주세요. All right.
주세요.
This is a 주세요. Okay. All right. Bur. Which one's bur? Bur. This one.
물.
Bur. Okay. There's a
샌드위치 주세요.
샌드위치.
샌드위치.
Huh? What?
샌드위치.
Just chi.
샌드위치. 주세요. 샌드위치.
I'd like a sandwich, please. 샌드위치. 샌드위치. 샌드위치.
샌드위치.
This is
샌드위치. 주세요.
주세요. Okay.
차.
차. It's tea. 차. 차.
차.
차. 치.
차.
차. Alright. Alright.
샌드위치랑 물 주세요.
샌드위치.
샌드위치랑
샌드위치랑 샌드위치랑
주세요.
주세요.
샌드위치랑 물 샌드위치랑
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 샌드위치랑 주세요. A sandwich and water, please. Alright.
차랑 케이크 주세요.
차랑
차랑
tea and cake, please.
차랑
차랑
케이크.
케이크
주세요.
주세요. 오케이.
차랑 빙수 주세요. 차랑 빙수 주세요.
오케이. 차랑
빙수
주세요. 오케이.
빙수랑 커피 빙수랑
saved ice and 커피 주세요. 오케이.
커피
오케이.
커피랑 빙수 주세요.
커피랑
빙수
빙수
주세요.
커피랑 주세요. 오케이. Alright. One step closer to Korean score 2. Okay. I can do it. Alright. I can do it. I can do it, guys. Got my gems, got my XP
Get more
boost.
with Super Duolingo.
What the heck's going on? Does Duolingo have English asking for a friend? Of course they do. Of course they do. Guys, we tried learning Korean with ChatGPT. It just wasn't working out. It just wasn't working out at all. It kept like saying all this stuff, and we were just like, what the heck? We can't even learn anything because it kept like saying stuff. You need to brush up on your skills, cap of school. Yeah. I mean, this thing seems to be like at a good pace, to be honest. I like the pace. I could, start it. It's sort of weird for the words that it starts with, but whatever.
안 돼요. 형.
I found one I liked, but it costs per month. Oh no. You could always try vibe coding it the same way as Duolingo does. But yeah, maybe I could vibe code something else, man, to learn at my particular pace that I want. Because I feel like, Duolingo seems great. It has all the audio cues, the pictures, and all that stuff. But I feel like there's just some hack that we could do to learn languages faster.
학교. 몇 분. 엿,
Oh.
요리,
It's called living there, and I'm not trying to be offensive. Yeah. I think English. Maybe we should just have some English. Like I know everybody from around the world keeps saying that they want to practice their English by going and talking to people on Twitch. I mean, they type stuff out and stuff. I think. What was the best way to learn language? There was like a thing here. Let's see here. What was the best way to learn a language? I hope it doesn't say programming language. There was something here. There's something. I think there's like a comment. You just have to like be in it. You know, it's like a survival. It's like a survival instinct, almost. Where like if you don't learn the language, you won't survive. So you have to be in that stressful situation. Listen and read a lot. Use content slightly above your level. Videos, podcasts, graded readers, simple articles. Learn useful words and context. Do not memorize random word lists. Learn phrases you can actually use. Speak clearly. Practice with native speakers, tutors, classmates, or language apps. Mistakes are normal. Use spaced repetition. Apps like Linky help you remember vocabulary by reviewing it at the right time. And then study grammar as needed. Grammar helps, but should support communication, not replace practice. Hello, Mayor the Master. Welcome. Do little every day. 20 to 30 minutes daily is better than 3 hours a week. Huh? Yeah, we try to practice at the beginning and end. Beginning and end. Beginning and end. We just started. We literally just started, so if you're seeing me struggle, like I just started.
여자,
여자. 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 huh?
주어요,
주어. 요. 요. 비.
남편,
난. 병.
형,
셔.
학교,
아.
핸드폰,
And you should learn North Korean so you can laugh at them when you hack them. Yeah. Totally.
몇 시,
Yo. She.
졸려요,
Should. Yo.
쇼핑하다,
Show. Being. Da.
영어,
Yo.
요리사,
Yo. Lisa. Right? Let's keep going. Uh-oh. New letter.
어디에 가요?
O. D. A. O.
옆,
Yo.
표,
What the heck? 표,
네팔어,
배, 비,
편지,
비온지, 비용, I keep forgetting this one.
숲,
Alright. Soup.
Easiest money of my life.
Oops.
볼펜,
Welcome. Just this one or that one? Okay. Alright, I had to cheat for that one. Had to look. Okay, that one. This one?
연필,
Yawn. That one. This one. This one. That
악,
one. First learn the Korean bad words like gocha. Yeah, we'll see. I'm just trying to learn the alphabet right now. All right.
옆, 표, 제, 혀,
Oh, come on.
팔, 넷, 편지,
Oops.
입,
Okay.
가게,
What's your motivation for learning Korean? I just need to learn. Just take it for what it is. I just need to learn it. I've held out for several years, and I just need to learn it. That's all. And since we're streaming daily, guys, every day, might as well just keep it productive. Keep it productive. While we're waiting for, like everything to like vibe code for us, while we wait for the agent to vibe code, we learn. We just practice some daily habits here and there, some productive ones. I mean, everybody's free to learn whatever language that they want while I'm doing this. But like you can only watch so much YouTube videos and begin to get like bored and stuff, right? So I'm just adding more to the daily schedule of like, this is what I should do, every day. So that, just a daily habit I could do every day, because we watch YouTube videos like crazy, right? And then we run out of content. Then we go back to like Tokenmaxxing, and then we run out of tokens, and then we do like all sorts of stuff. Like, so I'm keeping the schedule pretty flexible, guys, because it's just how it is. Like, check on the SigmaShake mesh connection with Windows, Mac, and Linux. We just created a new Windows machine using Winboat with Docker, and I want you to be able to make sure the mesh is working properly and migrated to SigmaShake Mission Control and SigmaShake CI/CD, etc. All right. Boom. So while we wait, guys, and we watch YouTube videos, we learn language, we practice our keyboard typing, we practice all sorts of stuff, so we could build up a habit, guys. You gotta build up a habit so that you could build up a streak. Okay, you build up a streak, and when you build up a streak, you could be more productive. You could stay more productive. Oh, all right. Let's watch this too. Man, that's gonna be a good one. All right, because we run out of content so quick on YouTube. It's not funny anymore, guys. It's not funny. So we do our little thing to make sure that we're always able to take advantage of every minute, guys. Because like when I'm eating, guys, I feel like the only time I should be watching YouTube videos is when I'm eating. And otherwise it's like, how do you stay productive? Like we're watching YouTube videos to learn stuff and catch up to speed with stuff. But there could only be so much, right? Like we run out. We just need to create our segments too. Like we should have like a ticking bomb for segments. At the same time, today is gonna be a weird day of streaming and then off stream. But let's just get the goodies. Let's just get the goodies out of the way, huh? The best parts of the stream. Man, we messed up our streak. All right, let's play, guys. All right, where is this? What does this mean? What language is this? Guys, I'm a complete noob, so they have a Kia. I'm thinking somewhere in Europe. Oh, they blurred out the thing at every angle. Let's see, what's this? We got, I'm guessing like a Germany, maybe. You got the German cars. Audi. What is the German language, guys? Alma, there's a lot of English in here. I feel like Europeans know about the world more than Americans. GMC, Volkswagen, yeah, I'm guessing somewhere in Europe, Germany. I don't know any, what do you call it, popular place in Japan. So I'm saying Brussels. Somewhere in Brussels. Oh, Iceland. That was Iceland. Oh my god. It says pedestrian crossings. Let you know. Iceland, huh? Alright. Definitely butcher that, guys. Definitely butcher that. We have 5 more tries though. Alright. Next. Okay, usually the hint is nearby, guys. The hint is nearby. Like, you don't even have to move. Barangay. Let's look at the people. Iba Tayo District. I think there's the Philippines, guys. Thinking the Philippines. Abeaba. Bangu. Buyaha. Yeah, that's definitely Philippines. Where's the Philippines? I don't know where the Philippines is, guys. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I'm gonna say I think it doesn't really matter, right? As long as it's the Philippines. General city. Let's try Manila. Oh, I messed up that one. I was close though. I was close. Somewhere. Alright. Next. Alright, where am I? Oh, this has to be like... what is that? Oh my god. What is that? I'm thinking maybe somewhere Vietnam. Weird. X somewhere? What's to say? Yeah, I've never seen this language. Ever. I'm thinking Turkey. I'm thinking Turkey. Although it should be an English looking language. I don't know what Turkey language looks like. I know that's not Vietnamese. Let's look at the people. There's some English here. Daikin, Asian language. It has to be Asian something. Indonesian? Oh, sorry. Sail. Okay. Where am I, guys? Where am I? Characters look a little funky. There's sushi, yagami, Japanese food. Okay. Hotel. Happy family. Alright. Space hotel. There has to be some Asian country, right? Yeah. Alright, some Asian country. Some Asian country. It's not Korea, it's not South Korea, it's not Taiwan, it's not Shenzhen, it's not Manila. What else could there be, guys? Malaysia? Malaysia. Right. Malaysia. Indonesia, I think somewhere. Let's try Indonesia somewhere. What? That's Thai? That is Thai. Oh my gosh. That was Thai language? Okay. Messed up there, guys. Messed up there. Alright, where is this? Nice and green. Is this where I live? Oh my goodness. Where are we? We're in a desert land. This looks like California, to be honest. Alright, we have a truck. Scandinavia, what the heck? Never heard of that. Civilization, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Huh? Missed it. Does that look Russian? The sort of Russian? I think it's Russian. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, let's keep going. Castoria, Gravina. Well, they have all these lambda signs. I'm guessing somewhere in Russia. Nice part of Russia. I feel like when I play this game, guys, I feel like it's an isekai. You're put and dropped in a, a new world, and you have to figure out where you are. I'm unsure. I'm unsure, guys. It seems like a nice green place, so I'm guessing somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Bulgaria, Greece. Huh? Is Greece? Oh, okay, that's the language. Okay. I see, I see. Oh, yeah, duh. It had a bunch of like lambda symbols and all that stuff. Greek symbols. I should have chose Greek. Greece. Makes sense. Last one. Give way, Iduich. Iduich. Okay, we're going out of town. Going to the main town. A lion de you. This looks like somewhat of an Italy maybe vibe. Feel like I'm going into more residential. Yeah, I'm thinking Europe again, somewhere in Europe. Park here, use crossing. Somewhere here. France, Austria, Hungary, Romania. Thinking Switzerland maybe, I don't know. Germany? Yeah, I don't know. Alright. I got Wales, England. Wales. Welsh language. The Welsh language. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's the first one in a long time. We haven't done that in like a month. I haven't done that in a month. Alright. We got a Duolingo. We practiced some typing. Chess. Alright, chess. Chess. Alright. How are we gonna win this one, guys? How are we gonna win this one? How are we gonna win this one? I'm not sure. I'll eat more of my food before it gets cold. Okay. Why can't I pre-move? Why can't I pre-move? Okay. That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. We won that one. We won that one, guys. That was too let's try that again. How come you can't pre-move? Sophia. SigmaShake tonight. I missed that one. I missed that one. To get the rook or not get the rook? I can't do it. I do that. Alright. That. And then. I can't get that. I have to just do this, I guess. Man, minute in. Oh. Ah, you got me there. You got me there, guys. You got me there. Hmm. Lose the queen? Man, that was a good move. That was a good move. Hmm. Yeah, it's so even if I go here, he checks me here. Hmm. So if he goes here, takes that. Let's go here. So here, here, who's here? Take that. Takes this, all right, there. Um, hmm. Hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Hmm. Where's the music? I really need to free up my pieces. Hmm. Yeah, I just doubled my time. Double my time. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Um. Oh. That was a bad one. That was a bad one. What do we do here, guys? What do we do here? We could keep checking. We keep checking. We just keep checking. Uh, 1 minute. Shit. You say command deploy. You moved that away. Yo, hey Carex, how's it going? How's it going? Ugh. Ooh. Jesus. Jesus. Oh. Oh, crap. Crap. That was so bad. I messed up. There's probably a couple of blunders in there. Dang it. I lost that one, guys. I lost that one. I lost that one. Where'd I miss? Where'd I miss? Hey, you all. Hey, guys. I lost that one. I was close, guys. Where was the best move? That king was running, guys. That king was running. That king was running away. Where did I go wrong? Here? Maybe I should have went here. Should have went here. Because that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. So only has this move. Oh, but then nobody's defending this. Unless... Alright, so if I... So I move here. Move here. Hello, welcome. And then they move. They can't move here. So this is wrong. This is wrong. This is bad. Bad. So they just have this space left. Ah. I just go here. Then I go here. And then now you're playing 4D chess. So he moves here, he moves back, and then I just do this. And oh man. Damn. We lost. Well, we won a game and lost the game. All right, we won a game and lost the game.
I love you.
But damn, that was the game that would have gave me the dopamine rush, guys. Thank you for telling me about the window boat. It's been working. It's been working way better than anything I've ever used. So I wanted to thank you again. Thanks again for that tip and advice. I guess the one thing that I need to do. Alright, did I fix this? I don't think I fixed this. This is broken. Yeah, this is broken. I thought we were working on fixing that. Oh, we need to publish. Where's my Claude? Oh. All right, guys. We got the chess in. We got the learning Korean in. We got our Duolingo. We got our chess game. We got our GeoGuessr. I guess now we're at the YouTube videos, but it's Sunday, right? It's Sunday. Nobody's uploading any content. We publish new version of SigmaShake desktop. It should have fixed that. What should it fix that? Terms. License and terms. License and terms. License and term windows. The license terms window does not pop up on the first setup wizard page. Can you confirm it's fixed? It's a weird bug that only happens when setting it up for first time. Because I know if I click on this, it'll accept it, but yeah, it'll accept the terms here. This. This. All right, let's cancel that. All right, or close that. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Now we can go to our window or videos. Our videos. Anybody do anything interesting for the 4th of July stuff? I know I didn't. It's just me streaming. Streaming away. Gravity Gravy, what the heck? I haven't seen that guy in forever. Right. Why internet fame sucks.
Hey y'all, I saw this video of Kai Cenat.
Man, I feel like he's getting darker for some reason. Is it just the lighting?
Showcasing his hate wall.
Wait. Going back? He started a little too fast.
Which is literally a wall in his studio where he posts some of the most vitriolic things that people say about him. People telling him to quit, that he's trying too hard, what he does is cringe, everything he does is performative. And this is a little bit weird because most of us spend a lot of energy trying to avoid criticism. So today we're going to talk about the psychology of hate, how it affects us, and potentially how to channel it into something good.
I want to show you guys the power to embrace hate. Embracing hate, you guys can find ways to weaponize it.
You guys see this clip?
I used to struggle with like caring about what people thought. So I got a hate wall of all the hate that I received to motivate me even more. Embrace my flaws and find ways, to
Interesting. He talks about embracing his flaws.
make amazing things. They don't believe until you make it cool.
So what I really love about this is to understand what hate is and to understand what are the possible ways that you can deal with hate. Okay, so first thing to understand is hate is when someone, it's not anger, right? Anger is like diffuse. Anger is like, I can be angry at the rain, but I don't hate the rain. If I develop a hatred for the rain, that requires a personification of it, right? The rain is not a force of nature. It is like a thing that is in my life that is actively trying to harm me. So the first thing to understand is like the difference between anger and hate is anger is an emotion activated in the amygdala. Hate is personal. Hate requires a me and hate requires a you, right? This particular person is doing this particular thing to me. And when someone sends hate our way, there are a lot of different ways we can deal with it. A really common one that I deal with as a psychiatrist is people internalize it. You're at school, I certainly did. You're at school, people call you a loser, and if people call you a loser, that means I'm a loser, right? You get bullied at school, maybe your parents are like, oh yeah, you're like not, like there's golden boy, golden child, and black sheep. You're not like your older brother, you're not like your older sister, they're so much smarter than you, so much better than you. It's terrible, but sometimes parents play favorites. So the first thing that we can do is receive the hate. Like, hey, bring it in. You hate me? Okay. This becomes my truth. And we're not stupid for doing this. This is how we've evolved, right? So human beings have evolved to be sensitive to the opinions of others because we're a communal species. And unless you pay attention to what people think and you can adjust that in some way, you'll get kicked out of the tribe and you can't survive as a human on your own. First thing we do is internalize it.
Hey, EXO.
And now someone said, but we can use it as fuel, right? But that too, hate can be used by us in a couple of different ways. So in sort of this like narcissistic picture, when someone sends negativity your way, they become the victim. And they use their victimhood for their benefit. Oh my God, this person hates me. Oh, I'm such a victim in this scenario. They're trying to take me down, and there's the good side and the bad side. There's the Jedi and the Sith. And the Sith hate the Jedi, and that means like it's like I'm part of the force of good. Hate becomes a representation of evil. We're not going to take what they say seriously, by the way, right? If we're being narcissistic about it. If they're criticizing me, that means they are bad. They are expressing words to me in an angry or hateful way. That means they are wrong. Second thing we can do is kind of play victim. Third thing that we can do is have it galvanize us. Right? These people, and this is sort of, I think, what Kai is sort of alluding to, is that he embraces the hate, right? He's going to prove these people wrong. All these people are sending anger his way, hate is his way. And he's like, I'm going to prove them wrong, right? I'm going to show them. I use this as motivation. How? Like, think about it for a second, right? Because sometimes, like, it causes us to fall apart, and other times, like, he goes into that room and he looks at that and think about what emotions does that evoke. Does he feel bad about himself? Right? So this is what's really important. We don't know exactly what's going on with Kai, but I think it's a good principle. So I want you all to think about this for a second, right? When I evoke, not embrace, when I evoke the feelings of hate, I'm going to make a wall of all the people that dislike me, okay? And when I make that wall, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at it every day. And I want you to think, what does this do to you? Why would you do this? And this is where we get to that component of hate is personal. So they are persons and I am a person. I'm over here, they're over here. So we can use that hatred of like, okay, the way that we respond to it, I'm going to prove them wrong. This still becomes about my ego, though. I'm going to prove them wrong, right? Like, they're wrong, I am right. And I'm going to show them that. And that can be useful, right? It can galvanize us into action. As someone said, we're going to repurpose hate as motivation. Also based in the E.
I don't like the idea, guys. I'm not a fan of acknowledging the existence of people that hate. Me specifically. But, because I'd rather just ignore them. It's like the mute button in Dota 2. People keep telling you you suck, you misplayed, you know? Saying all this garbanzo. And then you just click the mute button and they can't say anything. And then they get mad. They get all mad doing all this stuff. And then you just don't care. You troll them even more. Like, hey, you talk shit, you know? Just ignore them. And then you troll them even more. Make them even more mad. Get them more mad, guys. Get them more mad. That's my approach, guys. That's my approach. Don't acknowledge their existence. Just troll them even more. 10 times over.
Ego. But I think there's one way that is even better than that. Even healthier than that. And that is to understand what hate truly is. So this is what I want y'all to think about. Kai right now, I think he's trying to start a clothing line. I don't know the details or whatever, right? And I think he's taking a step back from streaming. So what is it about him that people hate? Why does this particular thing result in this response? right? So if we really want to understand hate, and if you guys want to be able to utilize hate, control hate, even channel it even more, because using your ego, engaging in the ego is a problem, because then it becomes about me and you. I'm going to prove them wrong. But then you're opening yourself up to a very dangerous game, because now it's me against you. And what if it doesn't go well? Then they win and you lose, right? And then if you win, they lose, and then you feel really good, but you're kind of creating this conflict. So if you guys really want to understand hate, if you want to master hate, what we got to do is look at the comments themselves. I keep seeing comments. Dr. K, how do I apply this to a situation in my life? That's literally why we created a coaching program. Our coaches are certified.
No, he's advertising his stuff? No. No. Don't do this. He's literally advertising to the vulnerable right now. Come on. Don't do that. Bad, Dr. K. Bad.
So it's not always triggered by everything, even by certain people. If somebody hates you, there's something about you that triggers them. And that is very important information. What people don't ask is, why does this person hate me? What is it about me that this person truly hates? And if we look at the comments, we can get an insight into that. And then we'll understand something very interesting about hate. So let's take a look. Hard to watch. He's trying too hard. Another quick catch.
Everyone equally.
Grab, put some holes in sweaters and stitch some trash leather together and sell it to a bunch of kids. Doesn't someone dress him up? The stuff that y'all throw on him make y'all close y'all's eyes and call it style. What you yourself is wearing is ugly. You want to do baggy.
Guys can barely talk English, guys. It's even funnier coming from the... It's even funnier coming from Twitter.
You do early 2000s. This is ugly.
What you do?
Corny, bro. Ignore the... So here's what I want y'all to think about for a second. Why?
I dislike this guy. He acts and reacts as not a good person. Yeah. Yeah.
Why are these people bothered by this? What difference does it make to them?
Now, ever since Reckful died, man, things changed, man. Things changed. I mean, Reckful, like, got a lot of hate, and that hate got to him. And, yeah, he should have had the mute button. But everything got to his head, and you got therapists. I wouldn't say therapists are like leeches or anything like that, but like you can't get healed by therapy. Therapy doesn't heal you. It doesn't work. It's like chiropractic. You know, you go to them, get your back cracked, feel some temporary relief, then all of a sudden you get your back still hurting again, and you have to go back. It's a really weird dilemma. Like, the people need help, and they get help, and it turns out to be a dependency instead. Gotta take out all dependencies.
He's trying too hard. What is their criticism? What is the criticism here?
Smoking the herbs help the back pain. Yeah, at least that helps. Chronic pain. Yeah, I have a few friends too. They do nothing but smoke weed to get rid of their spinal pain for lunging too much or being too tall, and they just smoke weed. The issue with him is that he used some knowledge and messes up with entertainment and bad opinions. Next thing you know, you're using 20 node dependencies or 100 node dependencies with more dependencies. Yeah, guys, I hate dependencies so bad.
Literally spelled out. He's trying too hard. Why on earth would someone trying too hard result in somebody else hating you? Have you guys
Let's smoke out the room.
thought about this ever? Right? What do y'all think? Okay, someone's saying they're jealous. Jealous of what? What are they jealous of? Fine, it's envy. We detect that, right? They feel it's unfair. Threatens their own sense of self. Very good, okay? So this is beautiful. I love this. You guys are so good. So this is the really interesting thing that I think people don't realize about hate. The number one reason that people will hate you, and I really believe this, okay? This is not a hyperbole, is that they see in you a capability that you are fulfilling that they are failing to fulfill. Because so let's just think about this for a second. So Kai is a very successful streamer. I'm sure he has plenty of money. And what is he doing? Is he retiring to a yacht and playing video games all day and getting high, or like, what is he doing? What is he doing? He's stepping away from his career, entering an entirely new field that he has no experience in. I don't know too much about Kai, so some of these statements could be wrong. I don't really know. And he's like, hey, I'm going to try to do this thing because I'm passionate about it. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm leaving all of my success behind. I'm forging into new territory, and I'm going to give something a shot. And oh my God, do people hate him for that. And so I once had a patient who was literally morbidly obese. This is a medical diagnosis. BMI of like 36 to 38 somewhere is where she started. So this was back when I was working at Mass General Hospital in kind of a community health center. So low socioeconomic status, poor, lived in Boston. So one of these like, you know, Irish Catholic people who had been in Boston for years, a lot of alcoholism in the family, a lot of obesity in the family, a lot of abuse in the family, diagnosis of PTSD, comes to me, and I try to help her lose weight because we're like working on her confidence. And so then what she starts to do is like, she goes home and she says, you know, I'd like to start trying to eat a little bit healthier. And her parents are like, that's wonderful. And then she starts to do it, and they hate her for it. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but like when you make healthy food choices, have you guys ever noticed that there's some people in your life that really try to sabotage you? Like they really hate you for it. They're like, why are you doing that? Like you can have a sweet. It's okay. Like you eat healthy all the time. You eat so healthy. Eat the brownie. You can afford to eat the brownie. Like, what are you worried about? You look great. Eat the brownie. Why don't you eat the brownie? I'm okay not eating the brownie. It's okay. Like, yeah, I know I eat healthy, but like, I'm okay without it. Eat the brownie.
Man, the bad influences around them, guys. Everybody has bad influence. I think, yeah, the only way to do it is to do it solo, I guess, huh? At that point, so you don't have any other people compromising your mission.
Like triggers people so hard. Someone in my life has recently decided to become vegan for.
That's why I don't do the social media stuff, guys. Or besides this one. Besides this one, I tell no one about it. Except one person, one or two people. Yeah. And then, yeah, I don't have Facebook or any of the other stuff. I mean, other than for SigmaShake, I guess. I don't have an Instagram for SigmaShake, but I literally have one post on it. Don't use it. But I don't really like envying other people's life, guys. It's a sort of like a weird mental strain on your mental health, because you know envy is the thief of joy, right? There's like that, you know, common sense. Like as soon as you see somebody being successful in your friend group, you become a little envious and stuff. And then being in the security space, you more likely want to have more privacy in a private life, so you don't really like font over or show off. So in the end, it's just not having any Facebook, just a phone number, and people call me if they want to call me, type of thing. But I like to keep it that way, you know, not looking at people's pictures and stuff, like showing off their life or good things in their life. As much as I would like them to have a nice, you know, good things in their life, I don't like to look at people having a life better than mine. So I rather just, you know, just not pay attention to it and enjoy my own little bubble. Not sure if everybody's the same way, but that's just how I am, or at least how I've lived this past couple decades. It's just nicer that way, I guess. I don't know. You tell me, guys. Do you have Facebooks? Do you have social media? Jealousy bitch. That's how humans work. Yeah. I know, like, there's like that big strain. Oh, you're not in our friend group anymore, or like you feel left out because you're not in like the Facebook group or Facebook to look at each other's life and stuff and show pictures of stuff, how good things are. But yeah, being me, the paranoid guy, I just never liked being in pictures. No social media except for pro LinkedIn. Got it. Yeah, even LinkedIn is a little also gets you a little envious for things. So I just made it as like a parody. I made it as a parody. So I don't really have like the professional LinkedIn either. Yeah, I'd rather just keep that in the low. What's the name of the app form windows? What's that? Yeah, it's for professional. What's the name of the app form windows? What do you mean by that? The app for Windows? Oh, Winboat. 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 BOAT. The captions are all messed up. Boat. All right.
Health reasons. And boy, does it trigger the F out of the people around, right? It's almost like they try to sabotage you. And that's what happened with my patient. People tried to sabotage her. It got to the point where when there was healthy food, she would buy a bag of literally
Thank Ewo.
baby carrots.
WEWO for giving us a better solution. Might have to start just using Docker for most stuff, like Karak said. Yeah, everybody's right, guys. Everybody's right. I admit being wrong.
A 5 pound.
But I do admit, you guys gotta admit, Docker, Podman, like it feels like a strain on the developers that have to get it up and running. Just saying.
Bag of baby carrots or something like that. She came in one day and she's like, look, they threw out the baby carrots. And I was like, where did the baby carrots go? And they're like, oh, they looked like they were spoiled. They had a weird smell. Mom threw out the baby carrots. Why? So this is the key thing to understand. If people hate you, there are a couple of things that you can understand. You're like, oh my God, I used to care what people think. Now I use it to fuel me. There's a layer even beyond that, in my opinion. Understand that they are seeing something in you that they are reacting to. The reason they hate you is not because they think you can fail. They hate you because they think you can succeed. They're worried that you're going to succeed. And it's fine. Like, they can rationalize out, right? Like, oh my God, this person is a successful influencer. They have so much money. They're so successful. That's why they have a car and I don't have a car. There's something really interesting because remember, hate is about identification, personification. It's a relationship. And this is what they do is they other influencers, right? They're like, the influencer is not a person. They have all these advantages that I would never have.
I hate people because some of them are bad people. Yeah.
Therefore, I don't feel like we're comparable. But the moment that you step outside of your comfort zone, the moment that you walk away from your advantages, now suddenly he's trying too hard. And when we see somebody else trying too hard, when they see him doing this kind of stuff, they think about all of the ideas that they had. All of the ideas subconsciously that they chose not to pursue. All of the dreams that they had that they walked away from because they said, I can't do it. It's not going to work. Or what if it fails? What if people don't like it? Right? And then when you do it, it really bothers them. Hatred and jealousy doesn't apply to people that you don't identify with. It applies with the people that you identify with the most. And even with influencers, that's the basic problem, right? Is we're human. So people will continue to identify with us as they should because we are human. And when you start to do something that they know that they could have done, the reason people will hate you the most is when y'all both have a shared potential, but you live up to it and they do not. This is very difficult to experience. And this is where you guys may be on the hating side, right? What is it like? And I see this with people who are critical of me, and I don't know exactly what's in their head, but sometimes like I can really feel the identification in the hate. And they're really bothered by like what I have done because they could have done it too. They just didn't. And you may have felt that too. And I want you guys to think about if you feel this hate towards someone else, right? Why do you hate this thing about this person? And ask yourself, I'm not saying I'm 100% correct here, but ask yourself, is there an element of this where I am looking at them and I know if I made different choices, if I woke up earlier in the morning, I know these are the things that I've always wanted to do, but I don't do them. And it shines a light on your weakness.
Yeah, it's not based on jealous. It's just people just don't like people. People don't like people because of their experience with other people.
And that is not something that you can tolerate. And then what is the ultimate thing that you can do? You can watch them get torn down, because suddenly if they got torn down, then you are righteous. You are justified. Oh, thank God I didn't try, because that dumbass tried and he failed. And so it was a smart move. Thank God I did not try, because the one thing that would be real.
Yeah, this one's, I don't think he's helping us at all. He's just saying my internet fame sucks. Okay, that was the, it's not about handling hate. It's just why it sucks. Got it.
Really hard to live with is to realize that I should have tried, and to make me face that mistake. Oh my God, is so hard for me to manage. So another thing to understand, people hate you not because of your capacity to fail, but because of your capacity to succeed. And so people will say, you know, if somebody's pissed at me, I must be doing something right. So the other thing to understand is, this is I try to help people understand this, right? So if you internalize other people's criticism, if you internalize their anger, internalize.
I don't know, man. You could be successful and then you could still be loved, right? Right? And not hated. Right? There's like basketball players, football players, sports stuff, athletes, all sorts of stuff that do really cool things. You could be a kid, right? You could be a kid and then you could still get hate too, but still, everybody's sort of Keanu Reeves, yeah. Yeah. You could still be successful and not have hate, right? Everybody's different. I think it's just the personalities. Yeah, it's mainly personalities and the portrayal in the actor. Like the Game of Thrones.
Welcome to Costco.
You have
I
that
love you.
kid. Hey, Turtle, welcome. That in Game of Thrones, that turtle or that kid that plays the king and stuff. Everybody hates him, but he's just a normal actor, right? He just plays the part really well.
Their hatred. The other thing to understand is the reason they hate you is because they believe in you. If they didn't believe in you, no one's hating on a 90-year-old grandma living in a nursing home for like trying to make a gold medal in the Olympics, win a gold medal, right? No, like no one believes she's capable of that. So no one is going to get jealous of her for that. No one can be jealous of you. No one can hate you unless they think something is possible. And if you guys have been bullied, you kind of know what I'm talking about, right? And this is in every sort of like teenage rom-com with ugly girl with glasses and her hair done in a bad way. And why do the pretty girls hate the ugly girl? Why do they keep her down? Because she's really beautiful. And they know it, and she doesn't. So they try to push her down, push her down. And at the end of the movie, she has her hair done, gets contact lenses, shows up, right? And then, oh my God, ugly duckling has transformed. If people are hating you and you believe you're an ugly duckling, you're not an ugly duckling, you're a swan. That's why they hate you. So understand that that hatred is them being afraid of you living up to your potential and how that reflects on them, because they see you, they identify with you. They're like you, and you made it and they didn't. Oh, really hard to handle. If you're experiencing hate towards other people, that's the other thing you should think about as well. Why this person? There's one other thing. This is a bit different. So as I started understanding things in this way, teaching things in this way, there's another kind of element to this. There's another kind of motivation that I think you can get from this hatred. So one is to be galvanized, engage in the ego relationship. They want me to fail. I'm going to prove them wrong. There's still an I and there's still a them. One of us is going to win and one of us is going to lose. That is fundamentally an ego-based relationship. I don't think it can really help you succeed. Don't get me wrong, right? I've worked with many people who are incredibly ego-driven, and they will rise to the heights of success, net worths of like $40 billion, like whatever, because I want to be number one. Very good for motivation. Don't think it's healthy. I wouldn't advocate for it. But if you want maximum material success, to be ego-driven is a pretty good way to do it. And all you have to do is look around at the world, look at the people who are the most successful in the world and ask yourself, is this person contented? Is this person peaceful? Are they egotistical? Are they threatened by the success of others? How much of their climb to the top is because they can't fathom, they can't handle somebody else climbing to the top because they want to be number one? They need to be number one. And will that get you to the top of the mountain? Sure, right? I can't make a strong argument against it, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. But if that's what you want, if you want to be number one, go for it. You know, sometimes when clients come to me, I'll tell them kind of straight up.
Selling hope. Selling hope. Yeah. I don't know, man. Selling hope does not work.
$1 billion, you should probably go to somebody else. If your goal is to make between 10 and $100 million and you want to be
Wait, what? Something about $1 billion?
top of the mountain, sure, right? I can't make a strong argument against it, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. But if that's what you want, if you want to be number one, go for it. You know, sometimes when clients come to me, I'll tell them kind of straight up, look, if your goal is to make $1 billion, you should probably go to somebody else.
They come to him, hey, I want to make $1 billion, Dr. K. What advice do you have to give me to keep, a healthy mind? You should go to somebody else, not me.
If your goal is to make between 10 and $100 million and you want to be relatively happy, contentful, and peaceful doing it, then I'm the right person. Got
it. Okay. I guess he's the wrong person for us, guys. Wrong person.
Like entrepreneurs that I work with. So I'll be really straight with them. It's like, if you want to be number one, like, go to somebody else. If you want to be happy.
Getting to $1 billion isn't number one, guys. It's not number one. There's several billionaires ahead of us. Probably couple thousand, couple tens of thousands, maybe 100,000.
Be content and be very successful, then I'm the person. So this other element that I want to talk to you all about is a little bit strange. But when I
They're downloading the container for Windows 11. They're not 100,000 billionaires. I don't know. We don't know that. Because money is made up, guys. Money is made up, and then there's people who don't show their wealth, guys. They shove it in other people's things that aren't really recognized. 3,000, recognized globally. The private list is much smaller. Huh. I'm thinking there's just so much people that ran the world, right? That there has to be a couple hundred. And then let's say for this way, you can't consolidate $1 billion something dollars to one single person. It could be divided up to several. The hidden billionaire list is not going to be larger than the public. Exactly. Right? There's people that just aren't on the radar, right? They just don't have to. They write the roles, and they don't have to show themselves. The Illuminati in the shadows, secret society.
Sort of got a lot of hate. I started to realize that this is the mountain that I have to climb. And sometimes when people send hate your way, this is sort of like the spiritual work that you have to do. So for my patient who is trying to lose weight, when you're moving in the right direction, what's really scary is the world doesn't show up to make it easy for you. In fact, the better you do, the greater the challenges the universe will place in front of you. It's hard enough to have a BMI of 38.1.
Some say food is the richest. Yeah, it's true. There's so many different ways to be rich.
And
money is just one of the portions of being wealthy, right? There's several others. We talk about it all the time. It's not about, you don't just need money, you need several other things to be wealthy.
Side, I want to try to eat healthy. It's hard enough to try to conquer your own desires, be raised in a household where soda is available 3 meals a day, consume 3 meals a day. It's hard to be in a household and make all of these changes on your own. And when you decide to put your life together, the universe is like, you know what? We're going to make it harder. We're going to make your parents throw out your healthy food. And this is where a lot of people despair, and understandably so. Like, it's hard enough to do this, and now you're going to throw this against me? There's another angle to this that I'm trying to find the words for, but this is your spiritual challenge. This is truly understand. This is the universe.
With it. There's $1 billion with dealing with it. Let's see. Wait, what? Did he just release 2 videos all in one go, guys? Alright, I'm gonna take a little quick bio break. I'll be back in a minute. But let's see what our watch later queue has. We already saw this. I don't like the ability to have to manually remove these things. I feel like there's gonna be a time when there's just so much. He's always wrong. Right, maybe remove that. Can't compete against cheap models. What's the point? Why does internet fame suck? Not sure. You didn't really say that. He was just talking about getting hate from other people. It was just
Here's
clickbait.
something strange that everyone
Right.
using
Be
AI
back.
is noticing right around the same time. The tools keep getting better. The prices keep dropping. You can produce more than ever, and yet somehow everything's starting to feel the same. Your output, your competitor's output, half of what's in your feed, it all looks really similar, right? Better tools, samey results. That's not a coincidence. And it's actually not a tooling problem. Something specific happened. AI made doing things cheap. And whenever execution gets cheap, the value doesn't disappear, it just moves. I'm going to show you exactly where it moved with a true story about an engineer, $40, and a task that no to-do list on the planet had captured. By the end of this video, you'll know which side of that move you're on and how to switch. Okay, let's set the scene. Mitchell Hashimoto, co-founder of HashiCorp, creator of the Ghosty terminal, one of the most respected engineers working out there today. When Fable 5 launched, the current frontier model, the one that everyone complains about the price on, he spent days testing it against cheaper models on ordinary work. Implement this feature or build this thing, the stuff on everybody's list. And honestly, all three models that he tested produced equally acceptable output. The budget model cost under $1 and finished in minutes, GPT 5.5 about $1.50, and Fable 5 cost 40 minutes and $9, right? Same work, same quality, 9x more expensive. If you stop there, Fable 5 looks like a ripoff, right? And a lot of people are stopping there because that result launched 1,000 hot takes about how you should route everything to cheap models. And you know what? You should route a lot of execution to cheap models. I think that makes sense. But here's where I want to call something out that no one seems to be saying enough, because part of my job is to look out ahead. When everyone in AI is saying the same thing at the same time, and right now everyone is saying route to cheaper models, that's exactly when I start asking a different question. Where does value move once we've all figured this out? Routing is real. It's also about to be table stakes. Everyone's going to have it. Execution is commoditizing real fast. So the question that matters isn't the one the whole industry is answering right now. It's the one hiding in the second half of Hashimoto's experiment. Because Hashimoto ran one more test. He handed the frontier model a problem that the cheap ones couldn't touch at all, optimizing a gnarly piece of systems code that he'd written himself. It took 2 hours, it cost $40, and it reached a level of performance that Hashimoto, again, one of the best engineers in the world at exactly this, says he couldn't have hit on his own. Now, this is the question I want you to wrestle with in this video. Who assigned that task? It wasn't on a backlog. It wasn't in a sprint. No PM prioritized it. It didn't exist as a task until one person, an expert, suspected something new had become possible and spent money trying to find out. No individual process generates this task. No best practices guide is going to contain a task like this. It comes from somewhere else. AI can only do work that someone has imagined. These cheap coding tools, they execute, but they don't decide what's worth executing, which means the ceiling on what AI is worth to you was never the model or the price or the prompt pack or whatever you're depending on in your harness. It's the size of your list of things you know how to ask for. It's your imagination. And let me be careful here, because this is not a video.
I don't know, man. It makes us hallucinate, guys. Not only does the AI hallucinate, it makes us hallucinate. We found something novel. So it's like you gotta take it with a grain of salt. You have a bunch of ideas, and it might execute those ideas, but those ideas could be like not really novel at all. I don't know. I gotta stay skeptical about this. I gotta stay skeptical. Because right now the results don't look good, guys. The results don't look good.
About how execution doesn't matter. Execution matters enormously. It is the thing that gets multiplied by imagination. Hashimoto's 40-buck job still needed 2 hours of world-class model execution to become real.
If you speak, you're in big trouble. Alright, you could speak. You could speak.
The point is about what sets that multiplier. It's a smart move, and you should keep making that move aggressively. It's a layer where you can control cost, you can keep driving them down, and that control is all yours. That is why Hashimoto ran an under $1 GLN 5.2 run in his initial.
No, doing wrong things in coding age gets you in big trouble. Yeah. Like, so should we have like a better research agent solution? Like before we even like, I think one of the things that I did wrong the most when using Fable was I didn't use plan mode like aggressively enough. Like if I used plan mode more aggressively, I probably would have used like executed a lot better, possibly. I think that's one of the things that we have to bake in. Like always plan, similar to Opus plan. That's what I miss about Opus plan. Anytime I'm building anything, I'm doing many deep research cycles across agents. Makes sense? The thing is, when we started vibe coding, we always used Opus plan, but that feature just went away. It didn't, like how, I wouldn't say it went away. It's just like, ever since auto mode came out, where it just like completely just works autonomously, and it keeps going, we just got used to it, especially with 2 accounts. Now, with only 1 account, we gotta go back to planning again. Research and planning before execution.
Test. The mistake would be treating that layer as the whole strategy. The leverage comes from what you put on top of a strong execution strategy. You need a targeted surgical application of frontier models to the questions that change what the execution layer is even building, right?
Some secrets that we don't know of. No, it's just like, for example, quality assurance, right? For my product, like how do I know we've tested everything without actually manually clicking on everything? Like we did the E2E tests, integration tests, regressions, like 90 different test types. And there's still basic things that it just couldn't find. And the only way to find them is just to use the product like manually for certain things.
Cheap open execution is a great engine. Frontier imagination is where you steer the plane. You need both, right? They're not in competition. The cheaper your execution layer gets, the more commoditized it gets, and therefore the more valuable every frontier posed question becomes. And that explains the strange thing that I called out at the top of this video. Look at the first half of Hashimoto's experiment again. Cheap model ties expensive model. That's not a fact about the models. It's a fact about the task. Implement this feature is work everyone already knows how to ask for. And the work everyone knows how to ask for is exactly where the models have converged. And that's why a $1 model ties a $9 model. Now let's zoom the lens out from models to people. The prompts we use are often shared. The playbooks are often public. Many of us are following the same productivity channels. So when you and a million other people run the same tasks across the same tools, of course the results are going to converge. And that's fine if you want similar quality at a cheap execution price. But AI is not responsible for making our work outputs generic. Instead, it just reveals that differentiation is hard and that it's a human task. Now, we've watched this exact dynamic decide a market before. BlackBerry and Apple both made smartphones, and BlackBerry executed on those smartphones brilliantly. It had the best keyboard in the world, the best email, the best security, and the market leadership to prove it. But what killed BlackBerry was not an execution failure. It was executing superbly inside a category everyone had already imagined, while Apple and Steve imagined a different answer to what a phone even was and then executed on that. So same industry, comparable execution muscle and imagination set the multiplier. One company's execution became worth 100 times the others. That's the divergence, and it starts exactly where the known list of execution tasks ends. And that's where the models still separate. And much more importantly, it's where people will separate. The $40 job had no competition. Nobody else was doing what Hashimoto was doing because nobody else had thought of it. So here's the test, and it works for a person as well as a company. Has your task list changed in the last 12 months, in the last 6, in the last 3? Has what you have asked AI to do shifted? Or are you doing your old list faster and cheaper and calling that AI transformation? Because if it's the old list, nothing is wrong with your tools. You have an imagination shortage, and you're going to be spending a lot on optimizing for execution in the commoditizing market. But the good news is that imagination is not what you think it is, because the word imagination gets overused. It sounds like a gift, something that artists have and analysts don't. That's not what was operating in the $40 story, and it's not what's scarce. Hashimoto could pose that question because he has hundreds or thousands of hours inside these models. He knows where the capability line has moved, not from a benchmark chart, but from instinct, from touch. You can't imagine with capabilities you haven't touched. Nobody imagines a use for a tool they've read a summary of, right? And this is where most of us quietly sabotage ourselves. We interact with AI and we have cost savings in the back of our heads, or we have a defined task list that we expect AI to do. We wonder if AI can help us go faster or cheaper. It's like pointing the telescope at the ground. It's pointing it at work you already have. The questions that find new territory to explore are different. You're asking, what can this do that I've never been able to even ask before? And I'm going to give you an example from Fable 5 here. This is a real example. I found it on X. I love this one. You can get Fable 5 to use Google Maps and to map all of the porches in a geographic area that are unshaded, that get all day daylight in an area where average temperatures in the summer cross a certain degree threshold. When you do that, you can then go through, find those properties, get a 3-dimensional model of the structure on Google Maps, and then mail those individuals a custom card offering them a covered porch with specific data on their porch, their situation, a specific visual of how their porch actually would look when built. All of that powered by Fable 5. And if you're wondering, can I get a cheaper model to execute some of that? 100%. Once the idea is prototyped through with Fable 5, you can. But combining all of those tasks together, running them through Blender, through other tools, managing the whole thing, and critically, being able to do both the spatial and logical reasoning and then translating it all into a business flow with an address table, that's an example of something that is business oriented as a problem. It's not like we're, it's not like we're solving pie in the sky problems here, but it's also a really hard problem that wouldn't have been possible before. That kind of marketing is something that we are able to do now that we never would have been able to do before. And the earlier versions of model just can't get you there. Now, once you imagine it, once you see it, once you put it into action, you can start to get a cheaper pipeline put together, and you can start to move it back from the frontier into something that's simpler, where, like, for example, the merge of the image into the mailer, that doesn't take the frontier model, right? But the idea of putting that together and getting the first few houses done and getting into analysis of where the sun is and where shade is, that's frontier model stuff. That's stuff that takes imagination, not just imagination to prompt the model. The hard part is not the prompt there. It's imagination to say a new kind of marketing is possible. I can be hyper-targeted, hyper-specific, and hyper-relevant to my customer.
We all hope it's distilling. Yeah.
If I can use this model to do analysis that would never have been possible.
I wonder how much money they're spending to distill Fable.
Possible otherwise. I love that example because, frankly, I could use a porch like that. I love that example because it calls out for us why frontier models matter, and that they matter especially in places where we haven't even seen value yet. So your personal practice is almost
everybody wins, yeah,
simple. And it maps right onto a 2-layer stack. For daily execution, absolutely. Use cheap models, optimize away, etc. And that works at company level and it works at individual level. But where do your scouting hours go? Are you taking scouting seriously? Are you thinking about where your imagination time is going? And keep in mind, the 2 examples I've given, Hashimoto's example, this example around using sun analysis to get complicated marketing done, these are not artist type imagination tasks. They're technical, they're business imagination tasks where we look at a particular problem in a new way because we have fingertip awareness
open
of what
source.
new models are capable of. When
That'd be
factories
nice.
electrified, the technology worked on day one. The productivity payoff took.
Yeah, but how would we run it? How do we run Fable 5? We can't just pay for it. We don't have the system to run it locally. That's the problem with these big giant models. People distill it down. That's the point. Oh, okay. Got it.
Decades. Because factories kept their steam era layout. Every machine crowded around one central drive shaft and just bolted an electric motor where the steam engine used to be. It was the same building, it was a new power source, and there was barely any gain. The payoff arrived when a new generation of managers exercised technical imagination and redesigned the factory around what cheap distributed motors make possible. So the unit of change wasn't the motor, it was the building. AI is the same kind of tech, and companies are making the same move. They're bolting it onto the old layout. They're running the existing task list through cheaper models and reporting on the savings. Now, the savings are real, and they're available to every competitor with the same insights. They're table stakes. Here's what redesigning the building looks like when it works. Stripe reports that they ran a migration across 50 million lines of code in one day. Work estimated at 2+ months for a team. The impressive number there, it's not a day. The important number is the years that Stripe spent building test coverage that could verify that many changes, review systems that could move at that speed, have people who knew how to drive the model in a
Welcome to Costco. I love
the
you.
model deleted
Welcome.
2 months worth of typed code, right? 2 man-months of typing code. The building to accommodate that change, the structures in terms of team, in terms of review cycles to verify quality, that had been redesigned in advance. So you could point the same model at a company that hasn't done that work in their code base, and you would not get a one-day migration. You would get 50 million lines of changes that nobody could approve. Stripe built the infrastructure first and then harvested the value with frontier models and technical imagination. And leaders, one warning, because I know the shortcut you're thinking about. You can't hire your way out of this with one imaginative person. That $40 job needed imagination, deep context, and permission to ask in one head, Hashimoto said. And that's true as far as it goes, but your new AI visionary that you hire, if you want them to solve this kind of problem, they have all of the imagination to do that, sure, but they have none of your context. So you need to ask yourself, do the people with the context in your company, do the people who could exercise technical imagination have the permission to do that? Do they have the tools to do that? Imagination only fires when it sits next to context, and your context is spread across everyone who actually does the work. So the job isn't hiring imagination, it's manufacturing it. It's putting the people who have context in your systems in contact with capable models and giving them permission to make bets. And you know, the test from earlier scales right up. Who on your team is allowed to pose a $40 or $400 question to a model today without asking anyone? If the answer is nobody or just a tiny number of people, that's an imagination constraint. It was never about the price of the model. One last piece of evidence that imagination is the asset, and it comes from the strangest AI story of the year. A couple of weeks ago, Fable 5 shipped on a Tuesday. It was gone by a Friday. Now it's back. Everyone's carefully optimized their model setups since, right? But look at what the blackout could not take away. The people who had spent those first 72 hours dreaming of what was possible. The questions they'd posed were kept, the workflows they'd redesigned were kept, and the model came back into a price war. But the people who had imagination to use the models went right back to what they were doing, imagining with Fable 5. And I've seen that all over my timeline this last few days as Fable 5 has been back. This is our answer to the question of sameness. Remember how I started this video saying everything is looking the same? It was never the tools. The tools did their job. They made execution cheap, and you need to optimize for execution. Nothing in my video is saying don't do that.
Thank
You
you for
gotta
subbing.
do it. You
Appreciate it.
also have to have an answer for where your 10x multiplier comes from, where your iPhone moment comes from, where Hashimoto's $40 question comes from. You want to spend the frontier where it multiplies, where you have real context, real bets on the line, and real questions that exercise technical imagination around what's possible with a larger model. There is no such.
I don't know, man. He encourages imagination, but why do people keep saying, what do I work on? What? There are people who say, why is your meditation so good, Sigma? I don't know. It's just we always try to. Well, I think even if you're technical and understand all the stuff, and know the limitations of like computers, internet, web apps, etc., people still have a hard time trying to figure out what to work on. Like everybody wants to make $1 billion, guys. Everybody wants to make $1 billion with AI, but there's just so much to it. There's so much to it. There's like the trust aspect. There's the marketing aspect. There's the engineering of making the product exist. Not you, not you. Just want job. Just want job. We just want job. Or not enough ideas. Turtle, I saw you're like, what am I gonna spend my Fable tokens on? I have so much. I just want to work on the Matrix. Try to create the woman in the red dress. You know, that was okay. I mean, you know, gotta appreciate Nate for pumping out content every day, possibly 2 times a day. Ooh, okay, guys, how's everyone doing? Every level of Claude Code websites explained. Okay. Sometimes I don't like Jack Roberts' content because Essentially just lowered up against Blizzard. Blizzard got their name wrong. What? Block AI. Security backlash. Oh, this has come again. From near death to 200 billion Nvidia deal. Grok. Wait, is Grok the same as X.com Grok, or are they completely different things? Your AI forgot everything intentionally. Okay. No, Grok is a separate thing. Is Grok, what is Grok? Is that like the text to speech or speech to text or something? Bruh. Everybody talks about Grok. I don't know what Grok is. You're probably confusing it with other Grok. Delivers fast, low-cost inference that doesn't flake when things get real. And I see a picture of a thing of racing. Okay. Is it a chip? It's a chip. Chip? The chip? The Grok chip? Grok Cloud? Grok? Steer? That's Grok. Okay. Like I hear good things about Grok all the time. I just don't know about Grok. Hopefully that that guy could tell me. This guy could tell me what Grok is.
Let's start with this $20 billion, rumored $20 billion partnership that you have with NVIDIA. Can you talk about the structure of the deal and how it came about?
So the most interesting part about it is the call.
Oh, one thing is I need to remove this like show MMO button. I don't know why it's on there. Is there an actual button to press? I think it just messed up my UI or something. I told it to like put Niso's feedback. Let's just tell things. Let's remove the layer in OBS or hide it. It's literally VCS. It's literally VCS. Like if I turn off VCS, turns it off. There's a show MMO button. There's a show MMO button in OBS VCS or Vibe Coder. You just hide the button while I'm streaming. What's wrong with just hiding it as a layer in OBS? Oh, because you won't get to see yourself. It'll just be gone, guys. You're blown away. You're dead. You don't see yourself walking around. That's why. I'm confused what you're talking about hiding then. This thing right here. This button. This button that shows up on this top right corner right here. I'm just like, what is that? What's that button showing there? Show MMO button. Source. Ring. I'm not even sure how that works. That button was only supposed to show in Twitch extension for viewers' perspective. All right. Hopefully get that fixed. All right.
Where the idea
Welcome
was
to that
first
guy
floated,
that showed
it was
up.
about 3 weeks before money was in
You don't like how VCS MMO idle characters wander.
the bank.
Let's just make that.
Jensen moves fast.
Let's make that now. All right. While we're still here. Users also do not like the VCS MMO. Oh, there's one over the screen. Wants to be on the border. They should be on the border or just stay within the game bar source area. Viewers. All right. Let's see how it interprets that. Oh wait. One thing that I should have done. Oh, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Of course. That's how you stay ahead.
Yeah.
So how did it come about?
Hello.
So we had been working
welcome.
on integrating GPU
Legs.
and LPUs together. And the best way to describe why this helps is if you were building out a
Guys, if you hadn't already, and you want to feel as sore as I am right now, do 100 standing squats. 100. And then let me know how you feel tomorrow.
logistics network for the United States, and I told you you could have either 18-wheelers or vans for last mile delivery. Which one would you pick? And the answer is both, right? And so GPU.
I'm already 2 days in feeling sore, and I felt like I ate a lot of protein, but apparently I'm still suffering.
And LPUs combined ended up giving better performance across the.
You have to become Saitama, 100 push-ups. Yeah, I'll be doing. My arms, my biceps all feel fully healed. As soon as my food settles in, I'll probably do 100 push-ups. 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. I'm not sure about the sit-ups. 100 kilometers? Oh my gosh. I could try, but it'd be a waste. Should I just be streaming while I'm doing it? Be like, hey guys, 100 kilometers.
Performance curves. We had implemented it, and we had gone to Jensen asking, could we buy about 100,000 GPUs because we were going to deploy them ourselves
Every day?
And Jensen.
I'd spend the whole day just running crazy.
And saw what we had done and thought maybe it would be better to make this available to all of their customers.
You and I had this conversation at NVIDIA.
Man, I should have a bald hairstyle. The Saitama bald hairstyle. I should have that.
GTC, and you were talking about the fact that these technologies are very complementary. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
When you're processing an LLM token, what's happening is you're doing all of these different matrix multiplies. And some of them are more compute constrained, and some of them are more memory throughput constrained. And the ones that are more compute constrained, we put on the GPU, and the ones that are more memory throughput constrained, we put on the LPU. And the bottlenecks are all over the place. There's all sorts of different bottlenecks. There is no one strategy. There is no one perfect architecture. So the realization was you put these two things together and you defeat the bottlenecks across all of the different matmals.
There's another thing that I love that you said when we had this conversation, that when AI is talking to other AI, speed is becoming more and more important.
Yeah, I mean, a human can wait a second or two to get a response when they type a command into a computer. AI is just sitting there waiting because it produces these tokens so much faster. It thinks so much faster. Now you bring in LPUs And the speed is so much faster that it just becomes all about how do you move as fast as you can. AI is.
Anybody know what an LPU is? What is an LPU in the context of AI? It's a fast chip. Language processing unit. All right. Highly specialized. Okay, this is what they built into Apple's phones. Okay, got it. Designed, engineered specifically to handle inference stage running rather than training. Language models popularized by Croc. Okay, got it. Okay. So they're the ones that are talking about it. Trade-offs. Entirely built on existing models. Bro, some wizard made a shadow and then shined a laser at it on top of some silicon and made a magic rune to escape IRL. Oh my goodness. So are they telling us that we could possibly have Fable fit on a chip?
Really good at using AI. And that's really what agentic is, right? So humans benefit from using AI. So does AI. Just like you would do research about me before I show up on your show, AI is going to kick off a job doing research on different tools it's going to use while it's using this other tool. And so it kicks it off to another AI. And so you get this exponential growth.
I'm going to go on a tangent just for a second, and then we'll come back to this. I talked to a lot of founders about this recently, but what the whole point is like when agents are making payments, the amount of payments that are going to be made is going to skyrocket. Do you have any like insight into that?
Yeah, I think it's still early, and one of the limiters is
payments. Guys, I gotta make sure my payments for Stripe is AI native. It is AI native technically, but or the service itself is AI native, but to do the transactions, probably not. I thought about it. We have this. All right, let's one YOLO prompt. Can you check if our Stripe payments for SigmaShake Stripe accept transactions autonomously done by an AI agent? All right, there's a question there.
Aren't really built for this yet. But if you can make micropayments, the number of payments is going to skyrocket. Like I did a little hobby project, and for the hobby project, I needed a couple of different phone numbers so I could have a bunch of different agents on with me on Signal and WhatsApp. And I had to go to Twilio, and I had to prove I was a human in order to get the number and all this stuff. And it was just this big pain to get it done. If on the other hand, I could have just done, if I had allocated a budget to the AI and it could have just, used that budget, it would have spent it and I would never know, and it would have just been within the budget.
Tell me more about the hobbies and the side projects, because this has come up in a couple of our previous conversations that you and I have had.
I like to do cutting edge stuff on my personal computer, so I don't have access to the work code base. Like things where there's risk, I'll spin up a server in GCP or AWS, and I'll just start building stuff. I built everything from apps that tell you like how long what airplanes to take if you're traveling, and what routes and which routes have the best seats and all this stuff, all the way to apps that do certain mathematical things, like a daily brief and all of this stuff. Very simple stuff. At work, I use it very extensively, but I always start with a hobby project before I bring it to work.
What's the daily brief?
Every morning I get an email to me that says what's going on in the world based on what I'm interested in and how I interact with it. And just a whole bunch of research. It's very much like the presidential daily brief, except personalized for me.
And is this in text form?
Yes.
You read it?
It's text.
Okay.
With links that I can click through to learn more. The big shift I did on the daily brief, though, was I started off by getting a whole bunch of text and I would read it. And then I realized, oh, it's AI. It's done a whole bunch of research. It has the context. Why don't I have it just summarize everything? Just give me a bunch of headlines and I can ask follow-up questions.
I just spent time and recorded an episode with Gustav, who's the co-CEO of Spotify right now. And he did something very similar because he tries to avoid any kind of feeds. the whole thesis behind like the organizing principle of Spotify is like time well spent. And he's like, well, you know, me just scrolling and getting like rage baited on X isn't beneficial, but there is information I want to know. And so there's a couple different places that his agents go out and essentially summarize stuff he might be interested in. He's like, you know, he's like, hey, don't include rage bait, don't include politics. But then he also heavily emphasizes, these are the people that I'm interested in. What are the people that I'm interested in speaking about? And if the same people that I'm interested in are speaking about the same topic, I want to know about that. And then he can read it, but now he turned it into this like personal podcast, and he actually listens to it in Spotify. He's like essentially his daily briefing, but he listens to it in like 5, 10, or 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the interactivity of it is important because it's sort of you ever play the game 20 Questions as a kid? Yeah, so you can figure out within 20 questions what's in someone's mind. Like, you know, questions allow you to sort of distill down into what you actually care about. If you have a podcast, it's a static form, you hear it, but if you can interact with it, then you can just get to the information you most want. So as I'm learning through AI, I'm not reading a static piece of content, I'm interacting with it.
I'm glad you mentioned the thing about questions, because I have a series of quotes that I've saved from you. And I love your tweets, by the way. So you said success in the information age was about being able to answer questions. Success in the AI age will be about being able to ask the right questions. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, and this also goes towards a shift of people are moving from being ICs or individual contributors to all being leaders, but leaders of AI. And what really good leaders do is they don't do the work themselves. They don't have the answer themselves. They're just asking the question. They're just considering everything they're hearing, and then they ask the question that no one else asked, or everyone is thinking but is afraid to ask. So with AI, because it can go off and solve all of these problems for you, it can do the research report. Like the question that you ask determines what you get, and that determines the output. And from information age, like we were all trained to just answer questions. Like that's what school's about. Remember this, remember that, remember this. With AI, you just ask AI. It knows. You just have to think of the right question. It's a fundamental shift.
I want to tell you about the presenting sponsor of this podcast.
Wow, that's a long sponsor. Thank God, I love asking questions. Yeah. Everybody in class where I was at didn't like me asking questions because I was always asking really deep questions. And they're like, I just want to get out of class. Stop asking questions. Now I have a machine I can keep asking questions forever.
I want to go to something you text me about your views on leadership, which is, what is your description of leadership?
So I got this from a John Levy book, but it didn't detail it much. And the first principle of leadership is you have followers. Duh, right? It's that simple. You're not a leader unless you have followers.
Hey,
but when you think about...
Do I have followers? I have 182 followers, guys. Holy moly. I got 141 followers. 25 followers on Kick. Wow, guys. I'm growing. You know, I always just ignored the metrics. I just had something to track, guys. I needed something to show me my growth, like a video game, you know? Just like experience points. And maybe I should include hours streamed and stuff, and like time YouTube watched or something like that to show my experience points, to track my power level, you know? Track the power level.
Leadership as having followers, it's also like thinking of investing as making money. There's a lot of ways to be an investor. You can be a venture investor. You can...
Guys, if you can't afford to invest, the number one thing that you should invest in is yourself. Yourself, guys. Invest in yourself. Don't believe all the weird guru thingies of like, you know, buy my class, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there is the school portion of it, but that's school. School is more like connections and stuff. People learn in different ways, guys. You can become an angel investor, yeah. But you have to have money first, guys. You gotta have money, a little bit of money, a way of making a living. But yeah, investing in yourself is probably like the biggest thing, especially in your own hobbies that will get you to the next level. Making a lot of projects, portfolio building, knowing skills, going deep into stuff, reading. Not you don't necessarily have to buy every book or buy every class, but the knowledge is already out there on the internet. It's just up to you to learn it. Spend that time in it. Yeah, there's different forms of wealth too. There's like the health, social capital, shelter, relationships, all sorts of things. You have to slowly build up each avenue. And it's really hard. You don't want to be too old and not be poor in certain areas. And then yeah, there's more things than just money too.
Give debt where you can.
Oh yeah, number one, trust. Trust is probably the hardest one, guys. You don't have trust, you can't really get people following you, I think. I mean, people follow you for like the knowledge and the showcase and the showing off all those cool stuff, funny content. Best iteration of Ireland, moving to phase 3, which can be trained across the entire game instead of just one map plus some changes, like a damage predictor head. Nice. Let me see. Let me see that. Yeah.
Take equity.
Oh, it's running into things less now. Nice. You can actually see the goal too. Air 100, trying to maintain 100 air. Damaged. Goal. Get the health bar. Nice. Dodging. There's still some bad behavior shown, like jumping up to the health capsule for no reason. Leftovers, wanderer. Regime. It was so hard. Painful to train phase. Start fresh for phase 3. That's cool, man. That's neat. Wonder if it takes advantage of the invincibility frames too. As funny as it has to stay in water for over 100 seconds to realize being in water is bad. That's what I think is funny. Like, is this water bad? I'm gonna stay in it. Uh-oh. They're stuck. They're stuck. It's stuck, guys. It's stuck. Yeah, that room has its digit. Pretty sure it's just a leftover from bag geodesic in the room specifically. Oh. That's cool. Man, world model learned that, guys. World model. Crazy.
You can be seed stage, you can be series A, you can be growth, you can be crossover, you can do convertible notes. Like there's, private equity. There's so many different ways to be an investor. Public market, right? Same with leadership. And so with leadership, the mistake I often see with new founders is they're like, how do I be a leader? And the problem is they don't realize that there's an infinite number of ways to be a leader.
Oh,
so they go off and they listen to someone and they get all this advice and they try and execute on it. It's not true to them. So one of the things that was very different for me as a leader most of the people that I hear on your podcast, they are control freaks. They want things done their way. And
On Founders Podcast or this one?
on, well, both actually. And so had I tried to be an absolute control freak, that wouldn't have worked for me. I'm one of these weird people where I can go to a restaurant and I can tell the waiter, just bring me whatever you think is best. Or I don't even have a driver's license. I haven't had a driver's license since, I was 18. And I've
Wait,
always,
why don't you have a driver's license?
because I don't feel the need to drive and I'd rather think. I don't need to control driving. I want to control thinking. I want to focus. I want to be on my phone. I want to be doing something useful. And that's been the case since I was, 19 years old.
True.
And so
That's true, guys. I don't want to be driving either. I don't like driving. I'd rather just be the person on the phone. But I don't know, sitting in the passenger seat and stuff gets me sick, so I have to drive.
happy to delegate things in a way that others are not. So one of the things that's different about my leadership is when I hire people, I hire very autonomous people who often go off and execute on their own. And they would be terrible in most corporate environments. But also, I can't hire the same kinds of people. And that was true to me. Had I gone the other way, I wouldn't have been very successful. If other people go this way, they're not going to be successful. Then again, there are a lot of things that are very similar, which is most of the best Silicon Valley leaders, they lead from a place of inspiring their.
The one thing I just don't like to believe, guys, I was playing World of Warcraft. When I built my guild, it was a guild of outcasts, guys. It was a build of outcasts, people that just learning the game, just want to play, just want to do a raid. I'm like, I could make this work. I could get just 40 random people come together and get through a whole raid dungeon without any professionalism whatsoever. And we did it. With the help of YouTube and past tutorials on how to beat a boss, we were able to coordinate and beat it. Sometimes it's just that simple, but it wasn't that simple. We wiped several times. We wiped a few times, guys. I do admit it might have been my fault, or we weren't geared enough. But, we didn't throw each other on the bus. We just said, we'll keep on going. We have the goal to repair our gear. We have the time. We don't have anything better to do. Let's do this. And you could you don't have to pick the best people. Watch the fucking tutorial video. Yeah, that's literally all we ask, guys. That's literally all we ask, guys. Just watch the YouTube. We'll wait. We'll wait for you. Intervene, goddamn, hello. Guys, I need heals. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't use my spell. Whoops, I'm dead. Sorry, guys. We killed the healer. We got the healer killed. We didn't reduce aggro. Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, guys.
People as opposed to trying to get people to be afraid. But that is a form of leadership. There are plenty of leaders out there who are successful because they cause people to become afraid. And so you just have to pick the form of leadership that works for you. But also, when you're picking where you're going to work early in your career, you should probably work somewhere where you're going to learn the lessons that are good for you. If you're more of a kind of person who can show appreciation and gratitude, you probably should not work for someone who inspires fear, because you're not going to learn any lessons that you can use yourself.
Man, this is so important. This actually fires me up, because have you ever spent any time with Toby Luque?
I haven't.
Okay. So the conversation that I had with him, I don't know, on this show 5 months ago, I still think about every few days. And in fact, we go through the past episodes and mine, and I'm constantly finding new insights from that. And so that's why you see all these clips that we're putting out on X from things that might be, we did 6 months ago. And Toby, one of the things that I loved that he said in the conversation was just man, there's not one right way to do things. There's probably 100 ways that could accomplish your goal. You have to do the one that's based on you.
This is why you see all these different tech companies that are so different from each other. Like Apple, complete silos. Google, everyone has access to the code base. They're just completely different ways taken to the absolute extreme.
We just had Dana White on the show, and his whole thing was like, the first thing to do is like know yourself. So I'm gonna ask you a question. When you figured out your leadership style, wait 1 second. And then once you have to really know who you are, right? And what fits you. And then second thing is like what you actually want to do in life. And then once those are your two biggest questions, then you just wake up once you figure it out and you just get after and focus on accomplishing whatever that, once you have step one taken care of, you just wake up and attack step two. So when you figured out that you couldn't work, your leadership style wasn't like the typical way, and you needed like these autonomous people, which, by the way, if you ever start another company again, then I would have to imagine it's going to be just be you and a bunch of agents.
It would probably be AI. So I think this is going to be a shortcut for founders in the future, and we can get into this. But like, the first thing that you have to do as a founder is you have to go from the technical thing that you know how to do and that you can add value with to learning how to manage people. And for me, that probably cost Grok 3 to 4 years.
Say more about this.
I was a terrible leader. I was one of the world's worst leaders. When I started, I had a lot of, I gave people a little too much latitude because I'm more of a delegator, but I entrusted people who.
Dev says, what was that? Crying? Crying. Praying. Praying and crying. Praying. Praise? Is that praise? Let's see here. $500 leaks, July 7th release. Oh, 2 days, guys. We better token max. We're not even 50% yet. We got a token max, use up all every last token, fixing stuff. Targeting July 7th with July 8th, 9th, likely fall back if there's any last minute delays. All 3 model souls will be available. Damn, I used my thing so early, guys. Huh? What are you talking about? What do you mean, what am I talking about? Using all your tokens before the new model drops? Oh, yeah. Because wouldn't they just, I wouldn't assume a usage reset? Oh, they're not going to reset? Oh, no. No, mine's resetting soon, actually. Mine resets tomorrow. My account resets tomorrow, guys. Weekly resets. Oh, never mind. What? Weekly resets on the 11th? Okay, never mind. I have to be a little bit more frugal. The 11th? Really? So when you activate your reset, it resets again another week? Oh my god, that's crazy. I thought I would be like coming up the reset, you know? Oh my god. I didn't read. That's lame. That is lame. Okay. Well, I better be frugal or else I won't have any usage for soul. But yeah, if it resets this, I don't know, we'll see. Man, I really need to pay attention.
Who probably shouldn't have been entrusted with that level of autonomy. I didn't hire people who could operate autonomously, but I was naturally someone who would delegate and give autonomy. So what ended up happening was things would just grind to a halt because they wouldn't know what to do. And I wasn't telling them what to do, and they were used to being told what to do. And then finally I would get so frustrated, I would go in there and tell them what to do, but it was so unnatural to me that they didn't accept it.
Why is telling people what to do unnatural to you?
I work through questions. I like to set high level direction. So for me, my leadership style was come up with a goal that was it took me a while to get there, but come up with a goal that was so simple that I could put it on a challenge coin and give it to everyone. So everyone at Grok had a challenge coin that said 25 million tokens per second and had a little graph of it going up. And everyone knew that was the thing to do. And it's sort of like when you ask an agent, an AI agent, to do something, the fewer constraints you give it, the more freedom it has to solve your problem. And so I liked to work with incredibly creative people who would come back with surprises.
Say that part again.
This is important.
The fewer constraints?
The fewer constraints that you give someone, the more freedom they have to solve the problem. And the more freedom they have to surprise you with the solution. So if you want to run a highly, highly creative and innovative organization, then what you really want to do is minimize the number of constraints, but you also have to give them the things that matter. If you aren't able to very crisply distill what you're trying to accomplish, then either you're going to over-constrain or under-constrain the people. When you're trying to do something as a founder, you are inherently trying to disrupt an old industry. There's a moat, you're trying to do something differently. If you're not doing something differently, what's the point? There are already these well-established, well-funded companies. If you can bring a team together that is also disrupting and innovative, and it's not just you, then it goes from, you know, being Superman to being the Avengers. And so that was just my natural leadership instinct. Had I been more of a command and control person, I should have doubled down on command and control, but you have to just do what's natural.
Have you spent any time studying Kelly Johnson, the guy that did Skunkworks at Lockheed?
Not too much.
Okay, he has this great quote where he said, it reminded me of what you just said when you do the challenge coin for Grok. He says, extreme performance often comes from one brutally clear priority.
Yes, yes. And you see this because if you don't give people a clear enough but under-constrained enough objective that they can't surprise you in a good way with the result, then you are not giving them the ability to innovate. I want to double down on that for a second.
Go for it.
The only way for your team to innovate, right, without you being the innovator, is they must be able to surprise you in a good way, which means you must not over-constrain the goal.
And that you saying that took you 3 to 4 years into the founding, after the founding of Grok to figure out?
That in basic management, dealing with people, like little things, like one of the great things that I've learned at NVIDIA. So actually, let's take a lesson from NVIDIA, because now I'm there. Jensen is world-class. And one of the things that I observed, because I've worked at other tech companies, there's no politics. It's the least political large organization you will ever see. And I learned this lesson at Grok, but I didn't take it to the extreme. So seeing it in the extreme shows me just how valuable it is. There is no circumstance at NVIDIA.
Yeah, he's literally with Trump right now. When Trump calls him, he's like, yes, sir, I'm on the plane.
Where Jensen has one-on-ones with people and tells them one thing. I learned this at Grok because what would happen is I would have a conversation with one person, and then I'd have a conversation with another person. And then what would happen is both of them heard very different things and would talk to each other and come to very different conclusions. But when I had a room full of people and I said something to them, it's amazing how they all heard the same thing. And so when you are leading groups of people, if you want to reduce the amount of politics and people going off and you know, forming side cliques and all this, stop having one-on-ones, have big meetings with everyone who you want to tell something and tell them all at once. And don't allow anyone to send you an email. Like,
that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Like, don't tell people one-on-one things. Everybody gets the email. Or that email that would have been sent, everybody gets that in a full-on meeting. Full-on Zoom. No hiding stuff.
Like, copy everyone on the email. Just like the moment someone sends you something, like if someone says, hey, this person's
Stop being a PS manager who isolates your employees to tell them you're cutting their pay. Yeah, that's all I hear. Yep.
Bring up on this thing. Copy that person on the email. Let them jump in. Otherwise, you are allowing politics to happen.
What else have you learned from Jensen?
I got way too cute on trying to play 3D chess, whereas Jensen is very much just like, what does the customer need? Like, I want to develop trust with the customer. I want to always tell the customer things that are true and I believe and I can support. And if I have a thing that isn't what the customer wants, I'm not going to sell it to them. I'm going to sell things to customers that they actually need and that I believe they need. I'm not going to think like, you know, how do I, you know, build moats? How do I do any of this? It's just like, what does the customer need? Just build that for them and everything else follows.
I've done a few episodes of Founders Podcast on Jensen. One of them was How Jensen Works, which is essentially stripped away all the biographical information that's in that book, The NVIDIA Way. And just like, I think there's like 19 main ideas that I cover in that podcast. But one thing we just mentioned earlier, like, okay, well, if you're a founder today, what does founding a company look like going to the future? Like, might just be, you and a co-founder and, 10,000 AI agents. And Jensen has this great line where people are like scared of managing AI agents that might be smarter than them. He's like, I already do that. He has, I don't know, like 60 direct reports. He's like, every single one of them is smarter in their domain, about their domain than I am. And I have no problem orchestrating them and managing them. And I thought that was a great metaphor.
One of the things that really good founders do is it goes back to the asking questions. And what a really good founder is able to do is, even though it isn't their domain, someone comes to them, says something, and they ask a question, and that person's like, oh crap, I didn't think of that, right? Just over and over and over again. It's a skill, you can hone it. And
this is in every book on Bezos.
yeah, but I think this is universal. I think any good founder is able to do this. And again, going back to those early stages of going from a non-founder to a founder, you're going to end up hiring people and they're going to be like, no, I'm the expert in this area. Like, just trust me. You're a kid, just trust me. And you have to learn confidence. So one of the things that happened for me that was very helpful early on in being a founder was I actually got to, back when we were maybe 35 people, I got to shadow someone who was running an organization of 2,000 people. And it was funny because like there's no NDA in place or anything, but every meeting we went into, he's like, oh, this guy's got an NDA. Don't worry, you can say anything in front of him. And I was just like, okay. But we would go into every meeting and I was sitting there.
Isn't that illegal? Hey, we have an NDA. Don't worry. Let that guy listen in. What the heck? What the heck?
Silent.
Like, it's okay. We can allow this corporate espionage spy into the building. Don't worry, he's okay. He signed an NDA, guys.
And I would think, what would I do? And at the end of it, each time when he would make his decision, it's exactly what I would have done. What I hadn't realized before that moment was I didn't have the confidence. Part of the problem with being a leader was I needed to have the confidence in a decision so that other people would have the confidence to execute. Many people have too much confidence. Some people have too little confidence. And the question is, if you have too little confidence, you're probably the kind of person who thinks through things a lot more, but you need to still get to a point where you act with confidence. And when I realized I was making the same decisions as this very experienced founder or CEO, I started acting with confidence and people started following my direction much more. I didn't change my decisions, but it changed my leadership.
How many employees did you have at Grok when you did the partnership with NVIDIA?
About 450, but it was more difficult to manage than a typical group of 450. So in the military, depending on your rank, you are allowed to have a certain number of people reporting into you. And the higher your rank, the more you can have as an officer. But when you have scientists reporting to you, the number is actually much smaller, like dramatically smaller. Because I had such a creative organization, it was much harder to manage them. The problems manifested. And so it probably was more like managing a group of 5,000 people than it was 450 in many ways. In other ways, it was like managing an even smaller group because innovations would just happen on their own. But like the better the people, the harder they are to manage.
Can you explain the state where Grok was?
Yeah.
I think you were at one point, close to running out of money. Is this not accurate?
So early on at Grok, and this is a lesson for founders, because if you're doing a capital intensive business, you're going to need to raise money. And one of the things that we went through was we had raised money from some VCs who fell out of favor with other VCs and others didn't want to co-invest. And so every time we would try to raise, we just struggled. And there's also a little bit of bimodality in how—
Can you say more about that?
Well, the way I like to put it is typical, not all, but typical West Coast VCs are more like lemmings. And typical East Coast VCs all think that they're smarter than each other. So when you try and raise from the West Coast, if one VC puts money in, all the others want to put money in. In New York, one VC investing means nothing. They're going to run their own analysis. They really do not care what other VCs are doing. the flip of that is if you're on the West Coast and one VC passes, they're going to go tell every other VC. And like lemmings, they're all going to pass as well. So we had this problem where all the VCs on the West Coast didn't want to invest in us. We had very few of the typical VCs invest in us at the end. We had like a bunch of crossover funds from the East Coast investing.
Hold on, that's actually kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
The biggest deal NVIDIA ever does by like almost 3x, and the West Coast VCs missed it.
They all chose other things that were safer. So there's this thing called the Keynesian Beauty Contest. Have you heard of it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. John Maynard Keynes, the economist.
Yeah.
So the idea is, and it runs in parallel to VC. And when you see this, you can start to understand some of the behavior, some of the lemming behavior, because it's actually a good idea to follow other investors. So in the Keynesian Beauty Contest, imagine I give you a magazine with a bunch of models in it. And your job is to bet on models and say which one's the most beautiful. But the determiner of the most beautiful model is not who's most beautiful, it's who has the most money put on them. And that model, like pro rata to how much money you put in, you get all of the money that's been bet on all the models. And if your model doesn't win, you get nothing. You lose all your money and it goes to the winner. Well, if that's the case, if someone has a lot of money, they can put it down on any model that they want, whether they're beautiful or not. And a bunch of people made other bets. It doesn't matter. They just come in and they make a big bet. Now, when you're watching some of these wagers that are happening in Silicon Valley, with people putting in big bets, it's because that used to be what won. What's changed, though, is that unlike the Keynesian Beauty Contest, where the winner is the one with the most money, in reality, there's a point at which you get enough money and you don't need more. And for the first time in history, the startups are not starved for cash. They have all they need and more. So now everyone's getting funded to the level that they need, and putting more money in is not an advantage, but people are still acting as if putting more money in gives that startup an advantage.
Okay, so can you tell the story that you told when we were together at NVIDIA GTC about the drastic change in Grok's fortune and how fast that happened?
Yeah, so going back to what you asked about almost running out of money, we were about 3 weeks from running out of money at one point.
But that was many years ago.
That was many years ago.
Yeah.
And
you weren't close to running out of money this time.
No. We were fine towards the end.
You were fine.
Yeah.
But the last valuation you raised at compared to what you did this agreement at was drastically different.
It was really only a little over 2x. So that wasn't a huge jump.
Okay.
And we also had the ability to raise at the amount that we did the licensing for.
Well, let's just go back to what we talked about on stage, where it's just like how fast, how fast you guys had this insight, and then how fast the trajectory of Grok changed.
Well, it was that 3-week period from the time when we presented and asked to buy GPUs until not only the deal was done, but money had been wired.
But how many months before were you working on this?
Oh, it was probably 3 or 4, maybe a little bit longer. But what had happened was I didn't initially think that it was going to be that big of a deal. So I didn't suggest doing it. In fact, it was Sunny, my COO. This goes back to the whole autonomy thing.
This is the story I want.
Yeah. So he had the idea of trying to put our chips together, and he didn't have like a...
Explain what you mean by putting our chips together.
So the LPU and GPU, as mentioned, they're better at different parts of what's called the decoder layer of an LLM. The GPU is better at the attention portion, and the LPU is better at sort of applying the weights, which is the thing that gets trained as opposed to the memory. And what we realized was, and this is what most people get wrong, that when they're trying to do this themselves, they'll take the reading of tokens, or what's called prefill, and they'll do that on one piece of hardware, and then they'll put the generation of tokens on another piece of hardware. But the generation of tokens is the hard part. That's the thinking. Reading is easier than writing, right? And that's true for AI as well. And so what we figured out was and again, this was all a bunch of people. It wasn't any one person, and it was a group that all innovated. Once he brought the idea of why don't we put them together because they're a different bottleneck, then the team figured out, oh, this part goes here, this part goes there. We implemented it, and it worked. And so we also weren't afraid to show it to NVIDIA because we wanted to become a customer of NVIDIA. We wanted to buy GPUs. And so what ended up happening was we went, we presented, it made a lot of sense, and the deal happened.
Okay, so from Jensen's point, once he sees this,
Yeah.
right, why does he decide to act so quickly?
This is the nature of a successful entrepreneur. You move quickly. You don't wait, right? There's opportunity cost to waiting. Technology is not a business where you can wait a year.
What I'm getting at is why is that so important to his business?
Right now, when you go to use AI, it's a little, it may feel somewhat fast, but that's because you're not used to using it much faster. Sort of like when you first used the internet, it felt fast compared to mailing things around. But when you got broadband, you realized, oh my gosh, like this is so much better. I'm never going to go back. The difference is broadband actually needed people to make their websites faster to make it usable. If the servers are slow, you don't get a benefit. So it took a while to roll it out and make it good and get video that could stream and all that. The difference is you put these LPUs into a system, and all of a sudden the generation of tokens gets faster. And it's like getting broadband instantly on these existing models. And so now, rather than having to wait, a minute to get an answer, you can get an answer in 10 seconds. And that really starts to compound. So let me walk through an example of why it's not just speed, but it's also quality. The other thing that I did was I created Google TPU. And at Google, there was this time where I'd already moved over to Google X. I was no longer working on the TPU at that point. I'd already done it. And someone else from the TPU team was at Google X, came by, showed me this email from DeepMind saying, hey, we've got this competition. We think we're going to lose. There's a prize purse. Is your chip as fast as we've heard? And we're like, yes, it's like Ghostbusters. When someone asks you, are you a god? You say yes. If someone asks you, is your chip as fast as I've heard? You're like, yes. So we reply back yes. And they're like, great. Competition's in 30 days. We're going to play the world champion in Go. And we played our test games and we lost. And we need to win. So they had no choice but to port over to that TPU chip. So we did it, and a bunch of interesting things happened. I think, do you know what an ELO score is?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those who don't know what an ELO score is, it's sort of your ranking in chess or Go, and something like a 200-point advantage is insurmountable. Like the probability of you winning is basically 0. AlphaGo running on GPUs had an ELO score of about 3,200. Lee Sedol was about 3,550. And I might be getting the first digit wrong. It might be 2,000 instead of 3,000. But it was more than 200. And then when put on TPUs, it actually went to like 3,900 or something ridiculous, or 2,900, whatever the first digit was. It jumped dramatically. And so I think he didn't expect he was going to lose, but he lost badly. But it was the exact same model. So what changed was the ability to compute more made the results smarter. The way that these models work, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow from Daniel Kahneman.
I read that book.
What AI does is if I have 270 possible moves.
Man, I'm just speechless. I can't even say anything, guys. It's all just like, what? This guy helped create all this? What?
Which is what you have on a Go board. The AI is going to rank those moves and say, this is the best move, this is the next best move, and so on. What happens is you virtually play that best move, and then you virtually play the counter move, and then you virtually play the next one. And then you see how the game unfolds. What you can also do is try that second best move. And occasionally, that second best move, when you play it out, actually turns out to be the right move in this context. It's not the one that you would normally do, but in the context, it's better. And you can see that as you play it out. In the second game, there was this famous move called Move 37, which was creative. It was original. It actually wasn't completely original. It was a 1 in 10,000 game move. It had been in the canon of games that we're trained on. But when we went back and played it on GPUs, it never found that move because it was too deep in the chain. So over time, these GPUs have gotten as good and better than TPUs. As the creator of the TPU, I have to admit, GPUs are now better. This is the benefit of just having an entire industry behind you and the ecosystem and everything. but at the time, TPUs had some novel innovations, right? Now bring in the LPU and you can go deeper, faster, you can search faster. And so you can actually make a model smarter by making it faster. And so the realization is, and now that you've got this ability to reflect, think deeply, and change the outcome based on your thinking, being able to think faster makes you think smarter. And so that's the advantage of pairing the LPU and the GPU.
I found one of my all-time favorite quotes.
All right. Skipping. Boom.
Let's go into a couple of your ideas that you've discovered in like the 10 years that you were running Grok. What is your idea about reality quotient?
So one of the things that we hired for at Grok was reality quotient, which is different from intelligence quotient. And the way to think of it is there are plenty of really smart people who wouldn't recognize reality if it tapped them on the shoulder.
What do you got to say more about that?
Yeah. So like you just know these people who will construct these very elaborate stories in their mind that are completely disconnected from reality, right? And then there are some people who are just incredibly street smart, but couldn't do basic arithmetic or anything like that. Reality quotient, oftentimes it starts off as being able to recognize reality, but in the most extreme form, it's the ability to choose the dominant game that's being played. So what most really successful founders and entrepreneurs do is everyone else is playing this game, and they realize that if you play this higher level game, you win. Simple example, MySpace was focused on number of accounts signed up. Facebook focused on monthly active users. It was the dominant game, right? If you have monthly active, that's more important than accounts signed up. And if you maximize the monthly active, you're going to beat someone who's maximizing accounts signed up. You're playing a better game. And so as a founder, you're often able to do this better than other people. And your job leading those people is to try and help them connect their activities to that dominant game. So when running Grok, I said our goal was to get to 25 million tokens per second of capacity in our data centers. That meant everyone had a different way to contribute to that. It meant they could make the chip faster. It meant they could make the software faster. It meant we could deploy more. It meant we could get our power costs down so that we could deploy more chips for lower OpEx. It meant get more data centers. It meant fab more chips. It meant find ways to optimize the supply chain so we could put orders in faster to fill things faster for customers when we got to. So everyone could connect what they were doing to that one dominant game. Where being a founder is challenging is you often see that and you tell it to people and everyone wants to stick with the old way of doing it, or they care more about the process. So moving from being an engineer to being a founder, the thing that finally clicked for me was if I was going to do something disruptive, my job was full-time change management. And the first principle of change management is to make it feel like it isn't a change.
Why is that so important?
People do not like change. No human being likes change. The difference between people who appear to like change and people who don't like change is often they're looking at different things. And for the one that is fine with the change, nothing changed. So if I'm playing this dominant strategy here, and that doesn't change, I'm just trying to maximize the number of tokens per second that I've deployed. When my approach changes, nothing really changed. But if you're down here thinking, how do I make this chip faster and not thinking about the software, then you might view something that changes the chip as a change. And so your change management duty is to give people enough context so that they see that their job hasn't really changed. What they're trying to accomplish is the same thing, and there is no change.
Tell me about return on luck.
I read this book by Jim Collins a while ago and it had this chapter in it, and it really resonated.
Is it possible for someone to not like the status quo and want change? Okay, yeah. You're just trying to convince people to not stay with their normal way of doing things and to just be unsatisfied. Maybe that's what he should have phrased it like that. Just don't be satisfied. There could always be something better.
resonated with me. And the thesis is the most successful companies don't have more lucky events. They just seize on that luck better than other companies. And I read this very early on as a founder, and I started to notice it was true. And there was a really good example of this when LLMs first started to become a thing. I remember getting a phone call from the CEO of GitHub, basically saying, I need a bunch of GPUs. We've now gotten LLMs to be able to do code completion, even though we're part of Microsoft and everything.
We're desperate.
We just can't get
Give me your
GPUs.
chips. Give me your chips.
Could we use your chips, your LPUs? And I went to the team and I'm like, we got an opportunity. We can do this. And they're all like, nope, not going to work. Can't run it on these chips. I'm like, it looks like it's the ideal thing to run on our chip. It looks almost perfect. They're like, no, it doesn't work. There's all these things that are in GPUs that we don't have. And I'm like, yeah, but none of those are important for LLMs. And they were looking at the wrong things. I let them convince me that we
Humble Bundle. Books, AI Foundations application and writing books. Oh. Look what's on the Humble Bundle. Oh, is that the AI Foundations stuff? No way. Hey Zen, how's it going? Damn, they got a book. They're doing well, guys. There are Oilers, guys. There are Oilers. Yeah. Oh, there's just a bunch of deep learning books, huh? Damn. Well, you pay money and it goes to charity, hence the humble. Oh, okay. That's a lot of books, guys. $60, you get all that? Damn. Well, I could just tell AI to summarize all these books for me. Hey, OpenAI, hey, GPT, summarize every single one of these books. Tell me what I need to know. Now.
We shouldn't pursue it, even though in my bones, I kind of knew that we should. This happened another time where there was another opportunity to deploy an LLM, and I let them talk me out of it. The third time,
Sigma first pop quiz. What's a latent? I have no idea what a latent is. Is it something like a patent, but not? Or what? What is that? Phone a friend? You failed. I did fail. All right, time to use AI. What is latent? What is latent? An adjective that describes something present but hidden, dormant, or inactive, which is potential to emerge, develop, become visible in the future. Okay. General usage. A quality, talent, or feeling that exists but not yet developed or out in the open. Latent music talent. Medicine and pathology. Infectious agent or disease that is present in the body but remains hidden and inactive without producing any visible symptoms. Man, this scares me, guys. This scares me. AI context. The latent is the ability, is basically the tensor to encode into for the model. I see. Is dense compressed version of the input data working state. And that's something that is latent. Unseen evidence. Latent fingerprints, which are invisible to the naked eye, but require chemical and physical enhancement to be seen. Suggest is temporary sleep-like state of inactivity. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Gotta learn, gotta improve our vocabulary. Embeddings are a type of latent, sorta the way I understand it. Yeah, either to make it faster, more intelligent, I assume.
Like, no, I'm going to do it myself. And so I just went through the whole thing. I did the arithmetic and determined the performance. And everyone disagreed with me that it was possible. And I'm like, no, look at this. And in the end, we ended up hitting exactly those performance numbers. The thing was, they were looking at all the reasons why it couldn't be done, then why it could be done. And we talked ourselves out of it. I had multiple lucky opportunities that I didn't seize. I mean, how much better off would we have been had we been the original thing running LLMs at Microsoft for OpenAI? That would have been a very different outcome. So we lost a little bit, but we were still ahead of the curve when we realized that fast inference was going to be a thing. And I remember very early on, we would talk to potential customers. We even had a video where we sped up like what it looked like. And everyone who looked at it was like, why do I need an LLM to be faster than I can read? And it hadn't occurred to them yet that
You're not going to be doing the reading.
you're not going to be doing the reading, but also that's not how the internet works. Like, are you okay with a web page showing up,
No, I hate that.
Yeah, because eyes don't move that way. Eyes move all over. You need the entire thing there. You're going to look at it. And even before you read it, oftentimes you'll have a sense of this isn't what I needed. And you'll start typing your question without reading everything that came out. So I realized that fast inference was going to matter. No one else did.
What do you mean no one else did?
Even within Grok,
Okay.
there was a lot of pushback on, like, we had a lot of turnover at this point. A lot of people were leaving because
How many years ago was this?
this was probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
And so a lot of people were leaving, saying there was no point to fast inference. It wasn't going to add any value to the ecosystem. And even though you draw very simple parallels, like dial-up versus broadband, no one could connect it.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Can you say more about this? Because now everybody's just talking about fast inference.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like everything, but and I wasn't paying attention to this 4 years ago. I had the other stuff. Like I just wasn't paying attention to this. Can you talk about the difference in, I think this is one of the most important parts of your company's story, is just how contrarian, maybe not even the right fucking word, but it was out of favor. Your idea, your main idea, people are like, no, it's not important.
Well, everything was out of favor. Everything was considered a bad idea that we did, but if you don't do things differently, you have no advantage, right?
Why do you think so many, 4 years ago, people just didn't understand?
When people don't understand the first principle of something and they're getting involved in it because it's hype, they don't understand enough to understand why what you're doing is different.
And that had to be a disorienting experience to you.
Yeah, I mean,
to keep saying this.
Well, so what eventually worked was, and this goes to a little bit of marketing that we came up with. We realized that there was no possible way, no matter what we showed people, for them to accept that fast inference was going to be helpful unless we let them try it.
Fedora is so good. Fedora is like a legacy system to me. I haven't touched Fedora in ages. I used it in the past. It was always a bit behind, and then Red Hat Linux came in, CentOS came in. I don't hear much about it.
And I remember this example from Eric Schmidt was involved in this thing, SCSP.
Hannah Montana OS came in.
Or whatever, and they showed off Anthropic, an LLM from Anthropic, about 3 months before the ChatGPT moment. And I remember sitting there seeing demos of this AI answering questions in the audience and no one reacting. And I'm like, how is it no one is reacting to this? Now compare that to the ChatGPT moment where everyone reacted. What was the difference? The difference was when people asked their question and they got an answer to their question that was specific to them, that was magical. Seeing text show up for someone else's answer.
Tried many before and went back in Windows for a year now. This all became because Linus, creator of Linux, said devs of Fedora are the highest contributors to the Linux kernel. So you're inspired by one line. Got it. Hey, Coffee. OS, a fork of Miley Cyrus. So, I said that a while back. Yeah. Yeah. It's Ubuntu holds like a large market share in the success of major companies. I don't attribute any company successful using Fedora. You can tell me which ones they are, but all the ones in the Bay Area all use Ubuntu most of the time.
Wasn't magical. So I realized that, and I'm like, the only way we're going to get people to understand the value of speed is if we just implement this, put it on the internet. So we did. And what ended up happening was we put it online. And I remember I was doing a little bit of a world tour trying to find.
Are you working late too, Coffee? You're in here. Someone's abusing you again. Work late nights on weekends.
Customers, and I was in Norway, and I was doing a presentation, and I noticed because we had it working, and I noticed that the presentation was like when I was doing queries using some of the open source models. I remember it just felt a little slow to me, not that slow, but a little slower than usual. I'm like, what's going on here? Because like I'd been, Norway's further away than the servers, but I tested earlier and it was fine. I checked in, our usage had skyrocketed. Someone had posted on X a video of an LLM running on Grok that was just running super fast, and it was viral. All of a sudden, everyone started creating applications using it, posting those, and it was just such eye candy when people saw it that everyone started creating their own, and we just went viral.
Say more about this experience that you had. I'm really like, you're coming at it from first principles. You're saying these people are getting involved in it because it's hype and it's like the thing that's, being spread around at the moment. Like, what was that experience like for that several years where you're just going through this? Like, I'm trying to explain why this is going to be important, and you're just hitting blank stare or brick wall after brick wall.
Well, there's this common theme where a lot of really good innovators are innovators because they experienced the problem before others did. Remember my experience of AlphaGo on, TPUs and being able to outperform the world's best Go player only because of the hardware that we switched to. Yes, I was able to sort of get this return on luck more than others. I'm more able to say, okay, there's an opportunity, I'm going to go for it. But I was also exposed to the opportunities first, and you need both. So you have to be in a position to see the future ahead of, and this is the common saying, right? The future's already here, it's just not evenly distributed. Because I was in a situation where I got to see the future, because I was willing to seize luck and double down on it when everyone else was like, no, let's not pursue this opportunity. And I'm like, yes, this is the opportunity. Those two things are what work together.
When you're saying, yes, this is the opportunity, would you describe the response you're getting as opposition or indifference?
One of the biggest shifts in my leadership, another book, Turn the Ship Around by David Marquette.
I read that too.
Okay. So
I technically read books for a living.
I know. So I adopted that very heavily in my leadership once I read that because it worked really well with my sort of autonomous leadership style. And the basic idea in intentional leadership is if I ask someone, should I do something? Oh, they have opinions. Most people will be pessimistic and give you negative opinions. On the other hand, if you express intentional leadership, you say, I intend to do this. People don't tend to offer their opinion, but if it's very wrong and there's a reason, they will push back. And the example is the submarine commander took over, I think it was the USS Santa Fe. I think it was worst in nuclear readiness in the nuclear submarine fleet. And in a year or two, he got it to #1 in readiness. And all he did was shift from command and control to intentional leadership. The quintessential example being say dive the boat. And there had been incidents where a submarine had dived where the hatch was open. And no one wanted to push back because the commander was command and controlling and they were used to doing whatever the commander said. But when people would use this intentional leadership and say, I intend to move the boat down to 500 feet, then all of a sudden someone would say, wait, the hatch is open.
They're involved in it now.
They're involved in it. And everyone says, I intend to do this, I intend to do this. It gives everyone an opportunity to say
what
it is that,
Guys, we're driving this car over a cliff. Wait, I don't have my seatbelt on. Wait, the car doesn't have wings yet. Don't drive us off the cliff, guys.
They're doing so people can hear it, but you're not asking for an opinion. The issue was over and over again earlier on, I was getting opinions from people and they were stopping me.
Going back to the 3 examples on the return on luck.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I had just said, I intend to do this.
Is that what you did on the 3rd example?
Yeah, I literally said, I put a presentation together. I said, we're going to get to this particular speed per chip. And rather than people going, we can't do this, they all sort of jumped in and said, this is how we do it.
Okay.
It's a very small change in phrase, but it has all the difference in your ability to move forward. You're not inviting friction, but yet people would still give feedback when it was really important. When there was a real problem, they would raise it.
How does the intentional leadership tie to the question is if you were getting opposition or indifference? Where were you going with that?
I was inviting pessimism by asking for people's opinion.
Were you asking potential customers? These are teammates?
No, teammates.
Okay.
So almost everything that is difficult because you can't go to one extreme or the other. You actually have to, in the context, decide whether you're going this way or that way. One of the difficult things is getting feedback. You hear this from leaders all the time. Early in their career, they get way too much pushback. Later in their career, they don't get enough feedback. How do you balance it so that you're getting real feedback versus just getting unnecessary pushback? And part of that is just this subtlety on the phrasing of I intend to do this as opposed to asking for an opinion.
Deal is how the best founders turn the world.
Earlier
welcome.
about you kind of like leadership styles, basically I'm going to tell them what we want to do. You have this organizing principle, but you're not going to tell them how to do it. You're going to let them surprise you.
Yeah.
That's Phil Knight in Shoe Dog says that over and over and over again. And then I'm reading about grok bonds, and it sounds very similar to some of the things that Phil Knight had to do because Nike was so close before they IPO. They had to IPO out of necessity because they were just kept running out of money or very close to it. And he actually converted some of the loans that he got from his employees into equity and wound up, doing very well for them. So explain this idea that you had for grok bonds.
We were going to run out of money. And the leadership team that I had at the time was starting to put together a list of layoffs, of who we were going to lay off. And when I started reviewing the list, it became very clear to me that if we did that layoff, we were dead.
Why?
We were already struggling to keep up with what we needed to implement, because this wasn't even pre-product market fit. This was pre the product working. We had to write a very special compiler that had never been written before that didn't require human beings to write what are called kernels. It had never succeeded before. No one had ever done this. And our architecture didn't work with kernels the way everything else worked. So we had to get to this point, this sort of critical mass point, before our product would even work. We hadn't done that yet. And we were talking about cutting people who were critical for that. So when I realized that layoffs weren't going to solve the problem, and it was just a simple bit of burn math, like, we were going to run out of money, but we just weren't going to have the talent we needed to succeed, and we were going to have these other costs. I realized we had to reduce our burn without reducing our people, and the only answer was to get people to take a salary cut. So we had an all hands, and we put up, World War II looking pictures of war bonds, and we called it grok bonds. It wasn't technically a bond. It was an exchange of salary for equity. And we expected that we were going to have pretty high attrition. And we actually didn't. 80% of the employees participated. And I think about half went to the statutory minimum salary by law. And remember, engineers get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. These folks cut their salary down to $50,000, $60,000, whatever the statutory minimum was, real pain. And we saved more than 3 weeks worth of runway. I think it was closer to 2 months. We had 3 weeks of money left when we raised. So had we not done this, we would have gone out of business. The thing that was interesting, I go back to this all the time because we've had a lot of close misses where we had to keep the.
That's crazy, guys. Crazy. 80% of all your employees taking the bare minimum, like salary, and then, but in exchange for, you know, more equity, right? Like making that decision and then getting so many people to agree with that. I mean, that's like die hard, right? They're like win or die at this point, right? We're trying everything. We're trying everything we can to survive. If we don't survive, we're all dead, guys. If we don't survive, we're all dead. Crazy decision to make that transparent instead of doing the layoffs.
Team together.
Welcome,
And
everyone.
there's a phrase I have, which is put everyone's hands on the steering wheel. When people are passengers in a car, they're more nervous about a windy road or a scary road. But when they're the driver, they feel more in control. They're more willing to take a risk. By doing this, we put everyone's hand on the steering wheel. They were participating in saving our runway. And we had less than 10% attrition. It might have been closer to 5% when we announced Grok bonds, which was actually probably better than our attrition rate before then.
I love this idea. So the other side, you went from, you know, looking for other ways to not fire people. The other side of firing is hiring. You also have some interesting, lessons you learned in the decade you were building Grok about hiring that are also pretty counterintuitive. Which a lot of the people that appear on the show have very counterintuitive ideas about hiring.
I was very good at hiring people who were incredibly smart and talented, but a lot of the people that we brought in caused organizational problems. I've already kind of alluded to that. And the reason was I'm pretty clever. And so when I meet someone, I can come up with a reason why I should hire them. I think a lot of people do this. They will convince themselves I should hire this person. They're great because of this. They have this experience. They have this attribute. I'm going to hire this person. So we have this thing we call a people spec or data Grok. And very much like you have a product spec, we had a people spec. It had version numbers. We would change it. If you don't write down what you're looking for in people, you're not going to hire that. You're not going to be consistent. And so we framed the people spec in positives, things that you look for, like,
guys, we need a mod spec. A mod spec. If you don't have this, can't be a mod.
Return on luck.
Give me a couple more examples of what were the positives on that people spec.
Poetic design. So poetry is semantic density. It's when you say so much in so few words. But that's
just actually really important to you.
Hugely important.
Yeah, you have this phrase. It's like, I think it's on the Grok blog, where it was. It's like, make every word count. I think you repeat over and over again.
Every word matters.
Or every word matters. There you go.
Yeah, it's the smallest possible, the most minimal expression of the thing you're trying to achieve is the most poetic. And that's not just in words. It's also in design, right? You know something is poetic, even if it's not words. And so that's another one. But each of these has a negative version, right? So the opposite of return on luck would be squanders luck. The opposite of poetic design would be, you know, maximalist design, like just throw every feature in. Like you know some of these products where it's like, where am I supposed to click?
Mm-hmm. Does bro call a painting poetic? Yeah. Yeah, it's poetic might be the wrong word again. Wrong word again. It's just the ability to have your ideas understood by the other.
And so it's really easy to spot people who fit some of the positives and not realize they have some of the
artistic, tasteful. I don't know. Yeah. Part of the hive mind.
The negatives. And what you're really hiring for is to avoid those negatives, because if one person comes in with that negative, they're bringing that into the whole team. The biggest flip in my hiring was when I went from looking for positives, which is what you do when you're trying to grow talent, to looking for negatives, which is what you do when you're trying to select talent.
Explain that.
When I'm trying to help someone grow and improve, I want to show them the path, right? There's a famous example of how do you increase the amount of money given to a charity? It's not making people, realize how great the charity is. It's not making them feel good about giving to charity. It's about telling them where to send the money. If you tell them how, if you give them a skill or a technique, then they can very often learn it and do it. So when you're trying to grow people, show them the positive. Don't say, hey, don't squander luck. Show them what return on luck looks like, which is there was this opportunity once that everyone said no to, and we said yes, and it made us successful, right? When you're hiring, you're really looking to vet people, and you're trying to say no to things. And that's a very different motion. And some people are really good at growing. Some people are really good at hiring, but you have to separate those two into very different mental modes. The reason I noticed this at Grok was we hired a head of HR who was very good at noticing problems with people and getting them out. And as I
Ralph, steal money, make no mistakes. Yeah.
observed her doing that, I realized I'd been hiring all wrong.
I think the way you described this to me was you essentially inverted it, and now you're hiring for loss bias, is I think the term that you,
so one of the
put on there?
This is one of the attributes,
okay.
And I think it's an important one. So humans have a natural loss bias, which is, people attach a mathematical number to it, which is a loss is 6 times more painful than a gain. Like you see this where someone will invest money, lose 20%, and it'll be very painful, but they didn't invest in something that grew 100%, and that hurts them less than losing 20% of the money, even though not getting the gain, the opportunity cost is much higher. There's a personality trait in people where I call it sort of booking the win early. And you'll see, like, we would be in an architecture meeting and someone would say, well, if we do this, the chip will be twice as fast. And I look around the room and no one seemed that excited about doing it. And what's going on here? And I started to realize everyone was hearing, if we do this, the chip will be twice as fast. Let's put that in the next chip. And I'm hearing, if we don't do that in this chip, the chip's gonna be half as fast as it could be. As soon as I heard that something could be done, I would book it. I would immediately sort of just assume that if I don't do it, I've lost this thing.
Education
So
material. Okay.
as I started,
Next one. On the next, for the next one. For the next one. Ooh. Inside world models. Okay.
to hire, I would look for other people who had the same sort of book the win early attitude. The moment they hear something's possible, they book it and they're like, I don't want to lose that thing. A lot of the most successful entrepreneurs, they sort of manufacture their own sort of discontent.
I want to get there in 1 second.
Yeah.
But I think this hiring for loss bias and applying it to not only the talent, but also these meetings that you're having in product design and things that would make your product better is actually really important. You mentioned before that you learned from an episode of Founders on Michael Jordan, one way to do this, where he would challenge his teammates to bets. Why was that an interesting idea to you?
When I heard your episode on Michael Jordan, I was thinking...
Super expensive, no? Are you talking about the model costs? Model costs for GPT? I have no doubt it's going to be expensive. It's going to be more expensive than, what do you call it, Fable, most likely. No, Gemini? 3.4 leaks, current target July 17th. Man, what's with all these leaks? Extra time being used for a new pre-training run. It is a feature 2 million context window. Holy moly. Expecting prices to be $12, $15 per million input, $45 per million output, with higher changes for prompts beyond 200k tokens. Front-end generation is better, cleaner UI, stronger SVG, polished one-shot front-end results. Huh? No picture? We'll see, we'll see. Just gotta wait.
Like, yeah, so he is very intentionally throwing his keys over the fence so he has to go fetch them. What he's doing is, Michael Jordan, he's a very sort of aggressive competitor. Where
$40 per million output? Isn't Fable just as expensive? How much is Fable? Fable 5 pricing. No? How much is it? $50 per million output. $50 per million output. $10 per million input. $15 per million input. All right. Maybe working off of this count. Okay. Versus an AI. I remember it's always been $50. Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, $50 per million output. Yeah. It's so slightly more expensive on input tokens. Yeah. You're charging $45 per million output, and then Pro is 270. Holy moly. What have I been doing? I've been doing Pro this whole time. $270 output? What? Am I looking at that right, guys? What? So GPT is even more expensive.
Where he would make bets on everything. Like, could you throw a...
They're probably considering it because it's 3 times more to get the same type of output as Opus or something, or Fable. One or the other.
a quarter and hit a target closer or something like that. Just weird stuff like that. And he would just nonstop do it. Most people are afraid to sort of taunt someone else, a competitor, because if they lose, they're going to feel really, really bad. Remember, that loss bias is heavy. Like if I'm like, we're going to go play basketball, and I'm like, I'm going to wipe the floor with you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I lose, that's humiliating, right? What I suspect Michael Jordan was doing was he was very intentionally taunting the other players so that a loss would be humiliating to force himself to perform at superhuman levels. He was just doing it over and over again. Most people are so afraid of putting them.
All right, fake it till you could produce at superhuman levels. We're faking it to Super Saiyan levels, guys. Super Saiyan, God mode, you know? All right, we doing it? We got the hair?
Themselves out there
We
and
got the
suffering a
eyes.
negative outcome that they won't get their hopes up. They will actually keep their sights much lower. But entrepreneurs, they start a company and they're like, of course I'm going to be successful. I'm going to tell everyone, I'm going to go raise money. I'm going to put my reputation on the line, and I'm going to be forced to perform.
Michael Jordan's trainer is the one that wrote the book that I did that episode on. And the way he describes this is what Michael would do is exactly what you're saying. He's like, well, once you tell somebody how bad you're going to fuck them up, you have to actually go and do that.
Yeah.
And what he realized is when Tim Grover was studying Jordan's career, what he realized is like he intentionally heaped more pressure on him, because the more pressure he put on himself, the higher he rose, like the better he performed and the higher he rose throughout like his career. I think this is also tied to something that you and I have talked about, which you called manufactured discontent. There's a book on the counter, we were talking in the kitchen earlier before we started recording, that I have out there on David Ogilvy. He's one of my heroes. And he calls this divine discontent, that you'll find the best entrepreneurs, the best athletes, anybody reaches the top of their profession, right? They don't rest on laurels. They don't sleep on wins. There's another book right next to that, the new biography of Steve Jobs just came out, and Steve Jobs demonstrated this concept perfectly when he's just like, well, you made this great product, now what? He's like, well, I believe that if you make something wonderful, the only thing to do is to do it again. Is to like not think about it, just the next day now I'm going to go on and make another great product, or I'm going to keep doing this. Like essentially they're telling you like the journey is a reward. So talk about your idea of manufactured discontent.
So I was having a conversation with a bunch of entrepreneurs and a bunch of people in other fields who, you know, some of them had made a lot of money, some of them hadn't. And the entrepreneurs were the ones who were the least happy with their wealth, even though they had more money. Everyone in the discussion was incredibly successful. But what we started to realize was the like, even though some of these entrepreneurs had made hundreds of millions of dollars, they were
Hundreds
comparing
of
themselves to
millions.
others. And they never had to work again in their life. But
use
because
a
they were
physics
unhappy
engine?
with their wealth, they had a reason.
Yeah, it uses some physics in here. It was supposed to. It's supposed to move, but it's not. I have to check my dog. Give me a second.
To continue and start another company and do more. Meanwhile, the other folks who were very successful, they were quite happy with their wealth, but what they were unhappy with was their previous work product, a previous piece of writing they had written or something like that. And because everyone in this room was successful, what we identified was everyone had something that they were discontent about that drove them. And so I started looking at my own life, and you know, there were a lot of periods where there was genuine discontent because we hadn't had product market fit. But then once we had product market fit at Grok, I was unhappy with the scale. And then I was unhappy with, you know, other elements, and I just kept finding things to be unhappy with. Most people can be quite content with the status quo, and they're not going to keep pushing to innovate. You have to have a personality where you are constantly discontent if you're going to keep pushing things forward.
What are you discontent about today?
At the moment, I'm discontent with the lack of compute in the world. AI is revolutionary. It's going to change everything for people. You know, there are pros and there's cons, but the pros are massive. You know, there are going to be medical discoveries. And if it takes us an extra year to cure cancer because we don't have enough compute, that's my fault. Every single person who dies from cancer, every single person who becomes old and you know, infirm and dies, like
he's taking that responsibility.
We don't know. There could come a point where AI comes up with, you know, ways to slow aging, right? All of that I feel is kind of on my shoulders, and I need to perform. I need to make sure that the world has more compute.
I love that idea of saying, you know, every day that we miss out on this mission, there's a real cost to it. Edwin Land, founder of Polaroid, Steve Jobs' hero, one of my favorite entrepreneurs of all time, I won't shut up about, but way before he invented the Polaroid camera, he was actually trying to invent new ways to reduce headlight glare, because in the early days of the automobile, there were so many people dying because the oncoming headlights of the car. And what he did is very similar to what you did. He had like this organizing principle. When you said, you know, we need to get to 25 million tokens, he would put on the whiteboard, you know, 300 people died today because of this. And if it takes us an extra week, you know, that's 2,100 extra people. I don't know what the number is, but it's something like that. I do think you're in a perfect position. This show is a love letter.
It was like that guy that does the, what do you call it, the police reports, generating the police reports for police. And he says, every time, you know, our AI fails to write a report this specific time, like one police officer isn't available to save a life or something like that. Headlights turn to be unsolvable social problem. People just keep getting brighter and brighter headlights. Yeah, it's true. Blame the people that race their cars.
Love letter to capitalism. I think we should end on optimism. I think the best entrepreneurs in the world are default optimistic and default aggressive at the same time. Can you just give me actually just an overview of what you actually think is coming with AI and as a result of AI? Like some of the most optimistic things that you could say. Because you see what's going on right now. Like it's super unpopular. People are, you know, they want to blow up data centers. They want to attack certain people inventing the technology. Like, I don't think we've done a good enough job of telling like a more positive story.
Well, I think that goes back to people perceiving a change, right? I had a recent post that got a lot of negative feedback, which was, I said that there's effectively been code rationing. Right? As a software engineer, the default is code is expensive to write. And so I'm going to be very careful about what code.
This is the cheapest it'll ever be. This is the cheapest code will ever be, guys.
Code I write. I'm not going to create a feature unless I'm absolutely sure that it's the right feature to create. I'm not going to implement something until I've got it figured out. And what we've seen from Agile.
Software engineers are expensive. It's $200K per engineer. and you just pay $200 per month. Unless you a software engineer is 200K per year, in the at least in the Bay Area. So it's like it's way cheaper to just get an AI doing the coding for you than hiring an actual person to do the engineering. Right now, the level of intelligence that we have right now, it's a lot cheaper to just pay that $200 a month. But code will be getting cheaper. We'll see. We'll see. At the current trend, it's actually doubling cost every single iteration. So we'll see. We'll see.
Agile software development.
Like if you look at the Sonnet and Haiku pricing, they all just stayed the same. Same thing with GPT models. I mean, yeah, you could compare them, but the frontier, which is what the enterprise trusts, what companies trust, they'd rather just stick with the frontier. That's the efficiency that's catching up. Yeah, but you're not hosting those servers. You're not hosting them. Somebody else is. Somebody else is. Open setup never gets any better than today. Yeah, everybody's trying. I mean, the Gemma models is showing some promise for a lot of the common things that GPT-3 would do.
Is when you take the risk and you sort of implement something and you get feedback, you end up getting better results. But there's still just generally a very natural...
Open source to be the frontier, yeah. Yep.
Natural predilection to say no to things. And so concept of sort of a no engineer. It's someone's job to say no to things, right? They're the ones in the meeting who say, we can't do this, we shouldn't do this. What I'm seeing is that code is becoming almost free. The marginal cost is approaching zero. And it's shifting the way that things are done for professional engineers, where you just implement the thing, you experience it, and you say re-implement it in this different way based on my experience. The other shift is the accessibility. It's very much like literature and literacy, right? There was a time when scribes were the only people who could read and write, and they sort of controlled access to the written word. And then we got much simpler reading and writing, alphabets.
Yeah, it's funny how we always keep comparing all the stuff in the past. Like everybody's comparing stuff in the past and seeing, transformation. We're living it, guys. We're living it. It only took 30 years for this whole transformation to happen. Crazy times, crazy. It's like every 10 years, something crazy is happening with technology.
As opposed to these sort of ideographs and hieroglyphs and so on. And all of a sudden, many people could learn to read. And then we got an education system and everyone could learn to read and everyone could read and write. All of a sudden, it became about the quality of the written word, not just the written word. But everyone had access. My EA creates software applications now. Like when I go on a trip, she creates a little app which I can click through and it tells me what the weather's going to be and it updates live and pulls it from sources and gives me all my phone numbers and all sorts of extra information. That would have been impossible for an individual who didn't know how to write code before. So what I think is going to happen is a lot of people are going to get access to being able to create software to solve problems who would have never had the technical capabilities before, but who would have had good taste and know what good is like. And
that executive assistant must be super technical.
Impressive.
Like getting the app to compile, load on his phone without any bugs, issues, etc. It's either the executive assistant got it spot on, engineer becoming EA, or something going on, or EA hiring a team to get the app created to give to him. Something's not adding up here.
There's just going to be an enormous number of founders, unlike in the past where you just didn't have access to the capital and you didn't have access to the talent. I think you're going to see individual founders without large teams creating very valuable companies that solve real problems for people.
And I love that framing. We'll end on this, one of my favorite quotes of yours, which you said, looking forward to a year of massive up-leveling for anyone who wants it.
Anyone who wants to learn can now learn a subject. You just ask questions. The problem with traditional education is it was force-fed to you. It wasn't interesting. And if you're going to learn something, it needs to be interesting. The ability to ask...
I don't know, man. We're gonna have a lot of kids just learning how to make video games. Just saying. We're gonna have a lot of kids, people just learning how to make video games and not solve the actual, crazy problems that should be solved. We'll see.
Ask questions in the moment when you want to learn something is going to fundamentally change education. And this goes back to what I said earlier, that the AI age is going to be about asking questions. I think a lot of people do ask me, what are they going to do for their
Frontier model are based on your usage data. They register the correct responses after you paid the slot machine tries to find it. So get your data, you are paying for that. Your data will never be an edge to competition, as next model will make it available to your competitors. So what is the best course of action knowing that? Yeah, that's exactly what Alex Karp said. The CEO of Palantir said on the news, and he crashed out about it. He's like, so you have to arm your companies to learn how to make these LLM models from scratch and create this intelligence from scratch. But yeah, that's what he told us. Or trust Palantir. It was like, trust Palantir or build your own stuff. That's what they said. Because you're gonna lose your alpha when you do that. And so, what do we need to do? You always have to stay on top of the game, right? Like it takes a couple of months to make the model, like 2 weeks. Let's say give or take 2 to 3 weeks to make a model, train a model, and have it released to production. That's all the time you'll have. That's the only alpha you'll have. Is that amount of time? I mean, you gotta consider that it'll take a couple more weeks to make your app using AI, but that's potentially the amount of leeway that you have. It doesn't help that I'm building in public. All my alpha is going away slowly as I'm building in public. But I learned a lot of things on the way, and most people don't watch the whole thing. So I'm creating my own alpha by just staying innovative with ideas. I guess just keep pumping. Getting more influence. Call me Elon. Let me call Elon. He will lend me Colossus so I can make my own model. Yeah, exactly.
My answer is stop teaching them to answer questions and start teaching them
Education is the alpha. Yeah.
to ask questions. Curriculums should be revamped around, here's a problem. It actually matters for the community. Maybe, you need to fix the way that permitting is done in the city. Maybe you need a way to improve the way that you get word out of, some sort of events that are occurring, things like have the students write actual applications that are useful for the community that they're in and solve real problems.
Guys, those kids are going to be writing AI slop, guys. Those kids are going to be writing AI slop. How are we going to, maybe when the models get better, the slop will not be slop. It'll just be like, I don't know, best enterprise ready app available on the App Store right away, perhaps. I think that's a lot to know. Like the kids don't know. Just I guess the alpha is just knowing how the internet and technology works. And if you understand that, you understand what to ask for and create. And most non-technical people that are getting into it will just spend all their savings trying to create their app that the AI is making them hallucinate creating. So we'll see.
And then have them ask questions. When you create homework or a test for kids, if they can look up the answer online or if they can ask AI to solve it, you haven't taught them what they need for the next stage. But if you give them a problem where they have to ask the questions and get AI to solve it, then you have.
Thanks for the time.
Wait, what? Ask questions for AI to solve it. But how do they know what to ask? And not to mention Sam Altman bans his kids from using AI. So it's like a weird concept. That was a good one. Like this was like probably the most interesting one that we've seen in a while. Like from a person that helped create Grok at the brink of bankruptcy. That one was a good one, guys. That one was a good one. Oh, also no, guys, I might have to just end stream for a bit and then come back later again. It might be for a few hours or so, but I'm just letting you know in advance. Probably gonna happen in the next like 10-20 minutes.
Man.
All right, this one.
Okay, so in this video, I'm going to talk about world models. As background, I'll first explain how modern image models are being trained, including an idea called neural assets. From there, we'll move on to a whole bunch of other interesting stuff, and we'll finish up with a free collab.
What's crazy, this guy needs the ADHD scenario to help people listen, just like me,
Which you can run yourself to see world models run in a tiny sense for free. Okay, so this is an overview slide. Image models are getting very good these days. Clearly, huge data helps, but there are a lot of tricks which are not really very disclosed. So I'm going to go into some of these and maybe some speculation about how these things are now being trained. I'm not going to touch on video models except to talk about world models. These things are now taking off, and these may be a setting in which robots can be trained in silico, meaning they can be trained offline without having to interact with the real world, which can be very expensive. As I mentioned before, I've made a free collab, which is linked in the description, which will allow you to see these world models for yourself for nothing. So first up, I've got 3 topics here for image models, and then we can move on to world models. So a key issue facing image models are they faithful to the captions we're providing? Now, one of the key things that image models rely on is that the captions people are providing on the internet are actually good. But we'll see how image models are now getting around problems with that by a process of both filtering out bad captions and also improving the captions that do exist. Okay, so this is taken from the Qwen Image Technical Report, where they show in various stages how their initial huge pool of images were filtered down in different ways to provide different quality of images at different parts of the pipeline. Some of the filtering includes such stages as comparing the caption clip embedding to the images clip embedding. Clearly, if these are too dissimilar, then the clip model disagrees that they relate to the same image. And that could be a sign that the captions are a bad place to start training an image model from. So this diagram just provides an idea of the kind of detailed work that is required in cleaning an image dataset for training one of these models. Now, moving back to the launch of DALL-E 3, OpenAI released a technical report where they explained some aspects of how the model was trained, obviously leaving out huge numbers of details. But one important nugget was how they were fixing up captions to make them more descriptive. And we can see this has also been adopted by Stable Diffusion 3, and that they use explicitly a captioning model, this CogVLM, to provide essentially the same function. So here's an illustrative example from the DALL-E 3 technical report. If we look on the left-hand side, we can see it's clearly a bathtub, a fancy bathtub in like a modern setting. But the original caption provided in the alt text online was now at victorianplumbing.co.uk. Now, what we would have seen with the original Stable Diffusion kind of models is that that would have been taken as being the caption, and all of the images could be aligned to that. So that if you came up with a caption which was Victorian plumbing, you could get this image. Clearly, this shows the amount of noise that are in these captions, and the idea here is to fix these up. So the second line down here is what a simple captioning model would say. And then the third example is what a full-blown captioning model would say. And so here, instead of going for just a description of kind of the main thing in the image, this is a super detailed description of every aspect of the image. Now, the benefit of doing this is if your caption thoroughly matches your image, then the model learns to thoroughly match captions with images, i.e., if you give it a detailed caption, then it knows all the aspects of the image it should produce. If it had only been trained with the initial poor captions, clearly given enough images, the average caption for this bath scene would have been about right. On the other hand, you're essentially telling the model to make up lots of details. Whereas with the full caption, you're telling it all the details that do appear in the image and how these will be reflected in captions. So these detailed descriptions not only give the model certainty in how detailed descriptions should be rendered on screen, but also make the dataset more useful overall. Now, this element of extra descriptive data about the image being introduced is something which we come back to repeatedly during this video. Something else which has happened with these models recently is the ability to alter images or incorporate elements into a single output image. Now, I'm not going to go into this in detail here. The basic approach is to treat this more like a language modeling task where images are treated as tokens and can be reasoned about. This is in contrast to the old stable diffusion methods, where you might have the diffusion model relying on embeddings to influence it at each step, or a side-by-side LoRa which could be controlling it. Those methods are very customized, whereas a token-centric approach can learn about a much more general editing case. So again, here's an image from the Qwen image architecture. Really, I'm just showing here that they're using the pre-trained Qwen 2.5 VL model and also VAE encoder. Both of these are pre-trained, and they're using these to supply tokens into a token process. And so here's an example of the different kind of tokens that can be put into this backbone. Here we've got both system prompt, input images, user prompts. We've also got example input and output images, all of which can be trained on this one backbone. And where do we get these examples from? This is also from the Qwen image paper, where they talk about generating synthetic data from combinations of prompts and images in order to get trainable pairs out. These synthetic pipelines play an important role in getting the different kinds of user interactions trained into the model. Now, as the third part of the modern image training piece, I'd like to talk about neural assets. This is a paper from mid-2024, and it has a nice project page, and we'll have a look at that. So here's the project page for this. Interesting to see the number of times Google entities are appearing here. Let's scroll down to the key idea. So the pipeline here involves taking frames from videos and identifying regions of interest, and then turning those regions of interest into representations. These will be the neural assets. If you do this for 2 frames in the video, then you know that the representation for an object changes between those frames, but you can also explain how that change occurs. You would also know how the representation gets updated. So this would allow you to essentially create a caption of how the representation is moving through time. Now, this is a very interesting idea because we're looking again at how adding additional information which can be produced automatically to annotate how things are changing will then allow you to generate changes yourself. So the training task becomes, suppose I have these neural representations and I give you this change you need to make. What would the neural representations be? And if you were to reconstruct the frame using the new representations of the image, would you get the other frame from the video? So video data can give the model an idea of objectness as it relates to these neural assets and how they can be manipulated. And in particular, it will be able to manipulate these independently of the rest of the frame. So here's some concrete examples using a Waymo open dataset. On the left, we start with a source image, and then we essentially use the neural assets unmodified to try and reconstruct it. But then we can say, okay, let's translate one of those assets, and we can actually make the cars move forwards, or we can rotate them in place. So how do we get these rotating in place? Well, it's because we've also had video frames where we see cars from different angles as time progresses, and we then work out the orientations between those things and apply that orientation change to the neural assets. So this will then allow us to spin cars in place or rescale them, as in the last column. And here are further results which also show that we can now move cars around at will and rotate them, even though those scenes
We're in a simulation, guys. We're in a simulation.
Are outside of our actual training data. Doing this with cars is just one example. Clearly, we can do this with a lot more objects. Here we've got office scenes, we've also got camera movements, and hopefully you can begin to see that this is a quite general technique which can be applied to reasoning about objects in images. Finally, we can think about completely different operations that can be applied to these neural assets, including deleting objects, replacing them.
Yeah, we're in a matrix, but how do we get out? Is the only way to get out is to die? Or it's probably not a good idea. It doesn't sound like a... It sounds very painful.
Recomposing the scene.
Or we ascend into space somewhere.
All this leads to quite a general technique for manipulating objects within images. So to recap, what we have here is a way of training image models from videos, where we've used the representations we can pick up using other models to essentially provide captions about how to manipulate tokens within a language stream. In summary, this could allow the new image model to understand objects within the image and manipulate them at will. So with that background, let's now talk about world models. So from a reinforcement...
We need a body outside of this matrix. Give me a human body, please.
Learning point of view, the idea of world models have been around for a long time.
Or we do the complete opposite. We create a world from a petri dish, similar to that Rick and Morty episode with the energy, creating infinite energy, the battery, the car battery. We do the same thing. We just create another world where we're God, a little smaller one.
But when it comes to language models, the question is, do they really understand how the world works? Or are they simply really good at giving you text?
Yeah, I don't like the concept of world models. World models? I mean, it just takes in everything. It doesn't taste in taste, smell, just takes in sight. What you don't like? It doesn't have everything. It doesn't have everything. Hearing, smell, taste, feel. We have feel stuff too. Those are just chemical sensors. Okay. Same thing as vision? Yeah. We'll call them human models.
Which gives you an impression that they understand how the world works. It's difficult to actually probe them about what they truly believe about the world. So the question arises, what would actually persuade us that they do truly understand what's going on? Ideally, we'd have a model which we can actually interact with. So as a warm-up, let's talk about Minecraft, where the world model is an actual piece of Java code which runs. I originally came into contact with this from a machine learning point of view when OpenAI released a foundation model for Minecraft as part of the Basalt competition for NeurIPS. For that, I put together a bunch of Colab notebooks which explained how to get the MineRL environment working for free. So over time, I've kept tabs on how these Minecraft players are working. One notable example would be this Voyager work from NVIDIA, which is very impressive, except that it uses a Minecraft-aware tool called by a large language model. So it doesn't really have a model of the world itself. It has read all the Minecraft blogs, and it also calls a tool which is very aware of how the Minecraft world works in code. So this is actually making use of a world model, but the world model is the actual world itself. So in some sense, this doesn't count. But now let's look at OpenAI's VPT model from the perspective of annotating images or annotating gameplay. What OpenAI did is they employed people to play Minecraft according to some instructions.
Yeah, you have broad term, and then like some things don't count. Apparently, you give a model all the tools it needs to interact with the world. Not considered a world model. It's supposed to be dropped in and then work with nothing, I guess. Learn how to create tools from scratch.
But also recorded what they saw and the keys that they pressed at the time.
It's a Minecraft harness, but in some sense, the harness is learning, so it's internally simulating what will happen from a certain perspective. Yeah.
Now, this resulted in low thousands of hours of gameplay, but excellent frame-wise annotations. But by training a model to predict the annotations, OpenAI was then able to label up huge numbers of YouTuber videos with accurate actions so that you could then learn by example from this huge data set of videos which not only had the actions and the screenplay, but also had transcripts of what the YouTubers were trying to do at the time. Thus, OpenAI was able to leverage up a small number of paid-for interactions into a very, very large data set of annotated examples, along with strategies.
I guess the dream is dropped in and learns with no privileged data, but that's pretty idealistic. Yeah. Practice with pre-trained with privileged data for good results. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was like, you know, you still have to train them. They can't just be dropped in.
Impressive.
To know everything. So world models should. It's like AGI. It's like the concept of AGI. It's like everybody's making sort of different definitions of it, have their own interpretation of it.
And tips and tricks coming from YouTubers.
Welcome.
All sourced from the internet. So now let's move on to a much more recent work called Dreamer v4 from Google DeepMind. The idea here is that they would train a model that would predict what the Minecraft server frames would look like given user interactions. And having trained this model purely by observation, they could then get another model to learn purely in simulation. Now, it may seem strange that you want to learn in simulation when the actual game of Minecraft is a simulation.
Sorry, guys.
But they also applied this to real-world robot videos and learned to predict what the robot would look like in simulation, and then trained a robot controller in simulation. So this is directly applicable even though the original setting is Minecraft to Minecraft. So in this Minecraft setting, they managed to play Minecraft using only this offline data. So only by observing what a Minecraft server would say, you could then train your player in this simulation of that, with the net result that this could outperform OpenAI's agent with 100 times less data. Moreover, it could get to obtaining diamonds, which is about 20,000 sequential actions, purely based on its training in simulation. I'll put a link to their project page in the description, and here are some images of their imagination training, where these are simulated images instead of real-world Minecraft images, and you can see that the simulation is pretty faithful, which would of course mean that the agent has a good chance of learning useful information in simulation. And also on their project page, we can see how they applied this to real-world videos for training robots picking up various objects. Okay, and so now we're getting on to some of the hottest news of the day. Here we have the State of AI report, which just came out a couple of weeks ago, where they traced through from the original Genie, which is February 2024, through to Genie 2, now Genie 3, which is an absolutely remarkable achievement. So DeepMind's Genie 3 is a real-time interactive video game, essentially, where you can give it a prompt to create the world and then just walk through the world and act in the world. And so here we can begin to experiment with how much the model actually knows about the world, and it's relatively convincing. One of the examples I like from their demo reel is how you can paint on objects within the world and then move around or even look away from those objects, as is happening here, and that when you look back, your changes to the world are maintained consistently. Here is another thing: they can actually in real time prompt with text things which should happen in the world. Or
Okay.
Here's a man in chicken suit, here's something going by, here's a dragon. These are extremely impressive, and it's difficult to argue that these models don't have a world model internally. Now, even outside the proprietary labs, we also see the beginnings of these real-world datasets with huge numbers of hours of video, all annotated with objects and descriptions and captions. All of this is the kind of data that you'd need to actually build an internal representation of how the world works in one of these models. But rather than train our own Genie 3, I thought the interesting thing to do is look at tiny worlds. This is an open source world model inspired by the Genie series. So while the headline here is rather ambitious, the reality is that these are like 3 million parameter models which are trained on datasets of videos. So each of these models is trained on a rather small image of gameplay for each of these 6 games. So the author of Tiny Worlds put together a nice demo reel in addition to explaining exactly how the models work, plans for the future, and releasing the code and pre-trained models. This is a really nice release, and I thought I could add to it by creating a collab demo.
Turns out all those programs help gamers create clips or sing on oil. Yeah, we are the oil. I am the oil, sort of. Not really. We're not playing anything.
Demo whereby people could load up the models and play with them in real time for free. So the basic architecture of this is we put in contextual frames at the bottom here, which are converted into tokens, which are then modified to predict the upcoming frames. But the modification also takes place with the actions which are being performed. So as an example of the tokenization, here's what is happening with the actions. For every step in the video, a representation is found for the thing that would have made the scene change from what it was to what it should be. And these representations were then quantized so that there would only be a specific number of actions which were allowable, which would then allow us to talk about concrete actions as tokens. So here, as promised, there's a demo, and there's a link in the description below for the free Colab notebook, which will fire up one of Google's free GPUs so you can play with this yourself. Okay, so I won't go through this in too much detail. You can look at the Colab for yourself. But basically, what it does is it pulls in the Tiny Worlds Git repo. It then loads up a dataset, and here you can define which of the 6 datasets you want to pull in. And I found some ideas of what good settings are. You can then pull in models for those which have been pre-trained using a few hours or few days of H200 compute by the author of the repo. It then pulls in some config settings. It then loads up the models. So in order to make the Colab work in real time, I had to essentially unwrap some of the functionality the author had built into the repo. First off, I have a...
Yeah, you should see their Zelda, or else you're creating the same thing somebody else created.
reset.
Oh, you already did. You already created.
Game function. And then I have a real-time update game state function, which will get called repeatedly from JavaScript. So I've built a process here.
Or even better, you could team up with that person too. You can message that person, hey, I was interested in this too. Want to connect and share some tips? You miss 100% of the chance, or, chances you don't take, right?
Where
some of the co-founders or founders of companies, all they did was message the founder of like Y Combinator and all these other people because they had their email address, and the guy actually responded. So you just have to have like a human, real email, piquing interests, and you could get that. You could gain that social capital just right there, increasing your luck dramatically. It's happened before. I'm just saying, maybe you could give it a try.
Lab is producing JavaScript, which is repeatedly calling back to itself to update the game state in real time. And so the final JavaScript cell here basically is a loop around looking for what actions are pressed, calling back to a kernel which has been registered in Python to do the torch forward pass to produce the new image which is displayed in JavaScript. So when we play this, you will see an image, and this is pole position, where you can clearly see that there is a road here with a car going along it, plus also these 16 quantized states, which I've had a go at labeling. So what we see here is the model being updated in real time, given that it was trained at a 2 frames per second rate. And we have the 16 different actions here, which are the tokenized versions of the actions which occur between frames. Now I've had a go at annotating some of these, and in particular, I know that if I press this LB, I will get a leaderboard. So you can see here that this is what happens when you go into the leaderboard state of the game. Now it's resetting to being the car going along again, hopefully. If we press the map button, it will give us a map. So this is another state of the game which we can get for pole position. And as another example, let us press the right button, which will steer.
My camera operates at 24 frames per second. I could possibly create a simulated AI Sigma.
Our car to the right, which will cause it to eventually crash. There we go. I think we see a fiery crash here, and you may have to use your imagination a little to see that that's what's going on. So another interesting...
Yeah, that's what I thought, like why he has to keep spamming it for a second.
Aspect of this is if we start to press some of these buttons, the model doesn't necessarily know whether I'm causing the action to be performed or whether things are happening and the action is taking place. So for instance, if you press left a lot, not only does it turn the car left, but it will also seem to turn the road left, because often left turning the car occurred when the road was turned left. So there's a bit of causality thing which this model hasn't really understood and needs to be disentangled. Anyway, in order to stop the Java callback loop, you need to press the Alt button, which will essentially reduce the traffic inside the Colab notebook. So below that gameplay piece, I've also got some kind of debugging things where I was looking at what do the actions mean in another of the games, here with Pong. I've had a play with some of the other games as well, though I agree with the author that pole position has some of the cleanest output. Depending on where you start, the Pico Doom can also be quite impressive, though it's very prone to essentially moving out of distribution because this was only trained on a limited amount of the Doom dataset. Anyway, I really encourage people to have a look at this Tiny Worlds because it is inspirational, even though the quality of the images or gameplay is pretty limited at the moment, because this whole thing has been put together very nicely with a lot of clear thinking about how this whole thing should be put together. Okay, to wrap up, I've covered some ideas here about how modern image models are trained, which has included some speculation about how some of these proprietary models are being trained. But throughout this, there's also been a thread about annotating data and how this can be used to actually get the model to go forwards from annotations back into real world or world model use cases. And we finished up with a concrete hands-on about how to do this at smaller scale. Hopefully this will inspire you to download the Colab, have a go at running it so you can get your hands-on with...
Sounds good, sounds good. Hopefully inspired you. All right. I think this will probably be my last one until somebody says otherwise.
It's a debate intensifying across the country.
Your community is telling you that we don't want this.
I think we should completely remove them.
Here in Pasadena, California, residents and city
Oh no, the audio is all
grapple
messed
with
up.
what to do about Flock, the leading manufacturer of automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. The cameras are installed at intersections and capture detailed vehicle data, which AI can analyze to identify people and alert authorities who say it's an important crime-fighting tool. But critics argue the cameras have created a mass surveillance network that's been tapped by federal immigration agencies like ICE to surveil protesters and monitor individuals.
The battle over controversial Flock cameras in Troy
is heating up.
It's playing out across the country from
I mean, the government already signed off on installing it all and then having to remove it all. Kind of counterproductive. Just saying. Just saying. If they wanted this to be removed, they should have done it before.
Troy, New York, where the mayor declared an emergency to keep the cameras running after public pushback.
Get the flock out of Troy. Thank you very much.
To Dayton,
Nice. Flock AI, show me the proud people.
Ohio, where authorities took to covering its cameras with what looks like garbage bags after the city voted to suspend Flock.
Damn.
Across the country, at least 57 municipalities have canceled or let their contracts with Flock expire over the past year, with 15 more rejecting.
Yeah, that was probably the worst Super Bowl ad Flock has ever created. People are going to learn from this. People are going to be like second guessing putting their advertisements on the Super Bowl now.
Proposed Flock contracts due to community pushback, according to data compiled by NBC News.
So this is above and beyond the license plate detection, and you can see that it sort of follows him in the shot.
Yadi Yancey and Nick Rabb are co-founders of DFlock Pasadena, a grassroots organization hoping to pressure Pasadena to cancel its existing contract with Flock. What's the biggest concern here?
I think the biggest concern is that if these technologies were used and the data got through to ICE and led to a raid or was used by police for a wrongful conviction, then basically ruins someone's life.
There needs to be more community input and consensus and consent before deploying this and any other mass surveillance technology.
DFlock activists requested public records reviewed by NBC News, finding that Pasadena's database was requested by various law enforcement agencies in the summer of 2025. In dozens of those...
Man, we wouldn't need this if people weren't, committing crime all the time. There's a reason why all these cameras were installed, guys. Not for no reason. I doubt Flock is going to be the only player. I wouldn't be surprised if someone randomly sets up shells to deploy these systems in an obfuscated manner. Yeah. Guys, the whole reason they're even deploying this is because there's all this crime going on. If the crime just stopped and people started doing crazy stuff, we wouldn't need these things. Of course, it's only one person ruining it for everybody.
Requests, the reason given included FBI or ICE. One specific query on June 9th, 2025, confirmed by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, listed ICE protest as the reason for a search of 830 separate surveillance camera networks in Flock system, including Pasadena's Flock cameras. The search request came on the very same day as a...
These cameras aren't stopping crime. Yeah, they're not. They're not. We have cameras all over the cities. Yeah, they're not. They're just... Even though the deterrent is somewhat there, people are still committing the crime all the time. Yeah, but if it's not caught on camera, we don't have evidence of it happening, so yeah.
Peaceful protest at an ICE facility in San Bernardino. Flocks.
Soon we're gonna have what do you call it? Curfew, just like COVID. You're only allowed to go outside in certain hours of the day.
Says it had pilot projects with several federal agencies during this time period, including with Customs and Border Protection, but says that all its federal pilot programs ended by August of last year. However, according to Pasadena's transparency portal maintained by Flock, it was still sharing its data with a regional intelligence center that facilitates information sharing between local, state, and federal agencies until last month, discontinuing access after NBC News reached out. In emails to NBC News, the city of Pasadena says it's taking a, quote, cautious approach and is working with the city council to identify next steps for its Flock program. Do you feel like Flock has done enough to safeguard their system so that this is not accessed by those federal agencies?
I would say no way. And trying to, make it appear as if this data is, for example, in California, staying within California, but there's so many other ways that data can get outside.
In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security says in part that
Guys, it's to help Palantir, yeah.
That it does not maintain a contract with Flock Safety, and that it's, quote, using all lawful tools to remove dangerous criminal illegal aliens from the U.S.
Well, I know there's concerns about whether or not this data is being shared with ICE. Flock does not have a relationship with ICE.
Flock insists it's strengthened guardrails to secure the data that's
Guardrails.
being collected and says where it's shared is really up to the local authorities.
Well, cities actually control
Palantir knows who I am. Yeah, of course they do. Of course.
the data completely and have complete authority over.
I drive by their office all the time. Just kidding. I've been there. I've been to their place a few times. It's fun. It doesn't look. They're spread out through the government, right? They may have an office, but they're actually just everywhere. They're like their engineers aren't in the office. They're at the government agencies doing the work.
How it's being used.
So is this where you watch all the magic unfold?
It's
All the magic.
Like in Alameda County, where the sheriff's office says the technology has been invaluable.
Doesn't have a relationship. If our government partners share the data, our hands are clean. Yeah.
We got a behind-the-scenes look at how Flock technology is being used.
You hear an alert tone. What does that tell you?
So the alert tone is related to the license plate readers, and it lets us know that there's been an activation. There's one right now on a vehicle traveling past one of our cameras that are positioned in a public place.
What could that mean exactly?
It can mean a number of things. That camera network is hooked up to the Department of Justice, so the stolen vehicle system. It could be an armed robbery car, carjacking, a murder vehicle.
I mean, this thing is going off.
We get a lot of alerts in this county.
While it may receive information from federal law enforcement, Alameda County insists the data isn't flowing the other way.
We have absolutely no external sharing with any federal agencies or immigration. There is no way they could access our data without our knowledge.
The 3 remaining Alameda County supervisors voted yes.
In April, Alameda County leaders voted.
I mean, that's what we said about the NSA. And then, yeah, they were just hooked up to everything. Hey, not even local counties like have a proper cyber defense program to monitor everything going on. So I would think every city is underfunded when it comes to like security and all that other stuff. Flock isn't even accurate. It's prone to error. Yeah.
Narrowly to extend its Flock contract for several more months, despite concerns from residents.
This technology is used specifically related to calls for service, 911 calls for help, and to stop criminals. If we remove this technology, it's going to be a big detriment to public safety.
Back in Pasadena,
So there is definite benefit to having this technology.
the debate over safety and privacy continues as cities confront a new digital.
Guys, when these people holding up these signs get their home broken into, they're gonna wish that they had a camera. They're gonna wish they had a camera nearby, or somebody had a Flock camera nearby to help them catch whatever it is that did it. You can ask anyone who's worked with AI, vision, and ML; they will tell you. Yeah. Yep.
Age of policing. Dana Griffin, NBC News, Pasadena, California.
Oh. Any more guys? Otherwise, I think I'm gonna have to check out just a little early, just for now, and then come back later, because yeah, I got a lot of work stuff here to do, and I will you'll get the ding and see me when I'm back. Who's this guy? Damn, what's he doing? Billy? Day 5? Vibe coding? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Oh, just this guy with eyes closed. What the heck's going on here? What the heck's going on here? It's already getting a ton of views. What? Vibe coding and peace? Vibe coding a peaceful life? What? How is this possible? How is this possible? Let's see. What's he doing? Wow, he lives in a nice place. He's working out. He's using Claude.
Accept that as an audio input in OBS. Create me a detailed plan
He looks like XQC, but he sounds like not XQC.
for how you would implement this.
What's going on with the audio? Is that all it takes, guys? Wear some glasses and look like XQC, and you can get a ton of viewers and subscribers? What? Is that easy? What am I doing wrong?
Yo, thanks for everyone joining the stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for subbing. It's like
Subbing?
one of my favorite things to be able to stream.
What? Maybe he's on Twitch somewhere. Is he on Twitch somewhere? I don't know. Let's see. He's probably somewhere. He's probably famous, doing something. Billy Call. Man, so strange. Well, anyway, guys, I gotta clock out, and I'll be back. I'll be back, guys. Yeah, I'll catch you when I'm here again. All right. Hopefully you do something productive today. Do something productive today. Get a wig that is blonde. Sigma. I was feeling for you. I ran out of Fable in the first 2 days, Kappa. I'll be back. You chimed in a little too late, but I'll be back in a few hours. All right, guys? Is it the same good as later? No, it was neutered. It was neutered. There's a ton of people on Reddit telling that it was neutered, lobotomized, not able to hack, not even to help with security-related stuff, even though you're whitelisted. So, yeah. Till then, I'll be back. Don't worry, guys. I'll be back. All right, guys? You have a good one. Take care.